Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we are live now.
Yeah.
You can start the session. Sorry for the delay.
Okay. No issue. Thank you.
Actually, some changes is there. That's why.
No issue. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we will be starting off with the second day of our eNatCom 2021, and this session, which is a keynote session, we have our first speaker as Dr. Vikas Kumar Agarwal, and the topic on which he will be talking about is immuno-oncology, certainty within uncertainty, where cutting-edge research in modern science meets ancient yogic wisdom. Let me take a minute to introduce Dr. Agarwal. Dr. Vikas is specialized in surgical oncology with years of experience in handling cancerous tumors, biopsies, and surgical techniques and treatments. He has successfully conducted numerous cancer and tumor surgeries. Dr. Agarwal has expertise, skills in performing surgeries and biopsies for different kinds of cancers. His dedication and thrive for learning and updating the latest techniques and treatments to fight cancer gives him the freedom to approach patients more broadly. He is a senior cancer surgeon, robotic surgeon, ex-surgeon, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai as well. He also worked at AMRI hospitals as group head of oncology, senior consultant oncosurgeon in Apollo Cancer Clinicals Hospital, Kolkata. He is also the chairman and founder of Global Cancer Trust. His special interests are surgical oncology, cancer research, tumors and biopsies research, cell behavior, as well as molecular biology. I will not take a minute more from this session and give the dais to Dr. Agarwal for the resourceful speech. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Agarwal.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Dr. Abhijit Ghosh wanted to present first. So can you give him a mic or the video to him? He's trying to connect.
He is here.
Yes, he's trying to connect so that he can connect with the audience first. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, but actually I can't see him in the participants.
He's trying to connect. He is unable to connect. We had a discussion that he will present first, followed by I will present. So by the time you introduce Dr. Abhijit Ghosh and ask one of the members to get him connected, he is unable to get connected.
Okay. I'll ask the virtual MNC team to please contact Dr. Abhijit Ghosh and help him in the matter. By the meantime, I'll introduce him.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, a slight change in the matter, as you can hear. We have two keynote speakers for this session, and Dr. Abhijit Ghosh will be presenting his speech first. Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, onar topic integrated approach to yoga therapy. উনি ভিয়াসা কলকাতার ডাইরেক্টর এবং তার সাথে উনি দ্য ভেরি ফেমাস যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়তেও গেস্ট ফ্যাকাল্টি হিসেবে কাজ করেন এবং ইন্ডিয়ান যোগা অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে উনি সেক্রেটারি পদে নিযুক্ত আছেন ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে And additionally, Uni President of Arogya Bharati West Bengal South. So I would just request our audience to give a minute or so that the virtual team can connect Dr. Abhijit Ghosh and we can hear him and see him live. Thank you.
Parma ma'am. Hello, Parma ma'am.
Ha.
Ma'am, Dr. Abhijit Ghosh not joining the meeting yet.
I think he's trying to join. So, can you contact him in any way and see what the problem is?
Okay, I will
Hmm.
contact my assistant.
Because as Dr. Agarwal is saying, he's trying to join. Maybe he's facing some problem. So
Okay,
if you
ma'am.
can
Okay.
help him out in that.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I show my screen, madam?
Yes, sir, you can.
So I will open up a presentation if he is unable to connect. So I can show my presentation and start mine then.
No problem at our end, as you please, sir.
Because I have sent a PPT to Mary Cecil madam. So can we have it from there, or should I, you can share my laptop screen, whichever way you want.
So you can share your screen. I think you have the permission to do that.
So what I need to do for that, can you just guide me through?
Yes, sir, sure. See in your screen, there is a green signal below,
Yeah.
which says share screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
After that, I have to do. Okay. So can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
So now I'll move on with this.
We can see your mailbox. So
That is what I'm trying.
where is the presentation? This is the one.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
So thank you very much for the kind words. Okay. Let me start the journey of today's 25 years of NHSM, and at the outset giving me the opportunity to present in front of the August gathering. The rhythm. My presentation will roll around the rhythm in the body. Whatever happens in the world, if you see, there is a rhythmic movement. Be it sunrise and sunset, it happens in a rhythm.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Could you please fully screen this presentation?
Just a minute. I will. Give me a moment. Can you?
You have to open this file on the PPT. Then you.
It's in the PDF, sir.
Sir, is it downloaded from your mailbox?
Yes, it is downloaded from my mailbox, madam.
But I think presently it is running in your mailbox.
Okay, just a minute.
So wherever you have downloaded it, if you can just go there and open it. I think then you can have the option of making it full screen.
Just a minute.
Sure. You can minimize the screen, then only I think we can see your desktop screen.
Yes.
Yeah, you have downloaded it once. It is the downloaded version only. Technical team, if you can guide him about the full screen thing.
Sir, stop the sharing, then restart with full screen.
Stop the sharing.
Then
They don't want the screen other part. So I'm clicking onto the red button or the green button.
Stop sharing and then start new share.
How he will stop sharing? You have stopped sharing, sir. Now you can
Yes.
reshare.
Desktop.
मिनिमाइज कीजिए इतना बड़ा है ना कि दिखता ही नहीं कहाँ चला
Second.
He leave the meeting now.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hello. Sir, he
Ha.
also left.
Hello, sir. I think you left because of some reason.
ये
Hmm. Now is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Better. So moving on to
Yes.
the topic for the rhythm. So everything is rhythmic. The moment this rhythm is disturbed, ultimately every Vikriti starts. As per the Sanskrit word, Riti. Riti is equivalent to health. If the synchronicity, if the harmony is there, then you are in proper health. If there is Vikriti, it will lead into disease. Nothing else. This is that you are not at ease is called a disease. So if we go into the daily progress which is happening, we need to just do an insight. Insight, are we having a rhythmic activity, rhythmic goals? Probably. Whenever we disturb these, ultimately it leads into a disturbance of an internal system, which over a period of time pent up, and ultimately leads to disease. We'll come on to all those points, like let's discuss on this basic concept of sunrise and sunset. People are moving so fast. They are saying that we are working 18 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours. Irrespective of sunrise and sunset, we forget that there is a hormonal change in the body, which happens when the sun is rising, and at the same time, when you go to bed, there's a melatonin which gets secreted, your body recovers the time. So whenever you are spending something, you need to recharge. All of us are carrying the phones with us, mobile phone. I hope whoever is there in the virtual crowd, they will accept that. Just thinking of a life without a mobile is an impossible task nowadays. How many times you charge your mobile phone nowadays? At least once a day. We do charge our phone every day because we need to function with it. We need to use the mobile phone. Similarly, once we drive a car, we fuel it. We take it for a regular maintenance. We move on every time. If there is any body part, car part is disturbed, we get it repaired. But how many times we are recharging our body? With the mobile, whenever next time the mobile phone is in your hand, just ask yourself, are you giving adequate time to recharge your body? If not, the disease is bound to come because you are disturbing the rhythm of the body. So this is the only gift God has given, which can recharge, we can repair, we can regenerate. All capabilities is there. If you go on affecting its basic functioning, obviously we are going to suffer, and that is what happens. Now we are playing outside with the environment so much. কাল বৈশাখী বলে টাইমে আসতো আগে ছোটবেলায় যখন আমরা ছিলাম, we used to see that rain or monsoon season, তার আগে কাল বৈশাখী. Now we have played so much with our environment. We are seeing কখনো আইলা, কখনো বন্যা. So we are seeing in the nature, same thing is happening with us in our body, and we are getting affected by this. So let's think over it, sleep over it, sleeping, working, eating, and walking. Or sleep, walk, eating, and work. Are we keeping a balance between all these? Either we are working whole night and day, we are forgetting when to eat, when to sleep. And what happens? Body has a system. It tries to adjust according to you. There are animals who are awake whole night, but they sleep in the day. There is animal in our cycle, it is sleeping in the night and working in the day. But in today's 21st century, our body does not know what we will be doing. If it is a weekend, 21st century, we will whole night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, you are awake and with a lot of drinks and others. And then Monday to Friday or Monday to Thursday, you want to work in the working hour and sleep. And then you say that I am having a sleeping problem. I am having acidity. Come on, if we compare our body with a train, what will happen? If train is run by an engine and there are different compartments, like our body is controlled by the brain, the pituitary gland, which is controlled by the pineal gland, and they are masters and gurus in this session. The audience have the luxury to meet the best of best in the world who train you about the yoga and meditation. By doing that, what you are controlling? You are controlling the pineal gland, the master gland of the body, which controls the pituitary gland, in turn the hypothalamo-pituitary axis, which controls your hormonal milieu, ultimately the whole body functioning. If in a train, an engine is running fast, what will happen? All the bogies will be running fast. If you want to control the train, if you want to stop the train, will you control a bogie? Will you try to hold a bogie to make it halt? No. Just you need to give a command to the driver. He will switch some buttons in the engine and train will come to halt. But what we are doing in today's life, if we have headache, we go for a pill, take it inside. If we have an acidity, we just put some medicine inside to just Jathara Agni bando kore dawar jonne. But we don't think what is the root cause of it. Root cause is somewhere else. Root cause is disturbance in rhythm of sleep, walking, eating, and work. We are not removing the root cause. We are not removing the fire. We are just removing the fume. And that is the reason we are committing mistakes, and we are growing. We are saying the science is growing, but at the same time, the diseases are growing. It's a high time we should awaken ourselves, because the last year data of ICMR published 13.9 lakh new cases of cancer. These are the reported data. If you back calculate it, every minute 2.8 new cancer cases. That means in a minute more than hundreds of the cases are being detected. So it's a time we can control this. It is very easy, and the root cause is jaisa an vaisa man. Jaisa man vaisa tan, means what you eat, what you become. So problems of all types of health is our root cause. That is the how we are behaving in a sane manner or an insane manner. If you think just what is happening, if we consider about oncoimmunology, because oncology is the science which deals with the cancer. Immunology is the science which deals with the immunity. Why we are considering immunity and oncology? Let's come to the current scenario of COVID. Do you think the problem is the virus? If you are immune, if you have a good rhythm in your body, your immunity will kill the cancer, will kill the virus, and you will not have a symptoms. 85% people will be infected and cured without any symptoms, because their immunity is in rhythm, is in balance. But in those 15% where the immunity is not able to cope up, then you get a disease. And more so if you are having a hyperimmune response, more interleukin-6 and cytokines are liberated in the second week, which causes lung injury. It is not the virus. It is a disturbed immune response to the virus, leading to cytokines release, which damages the body and which can be controlled either by a steroids or a tocilizumab, that is anti-IL-6 antibodies. Similarly, if you remember, or everybody, most of the people saves their beard and mustache every day. You clip your nails every week. You clip your hairs in a month. And we forget that this is a growth which is happening every minute in your body. Your red blood cell regenerate within 120 days. Your neutrophils is replenished every 5 to 7 days. There are billions of cells which are generating every moment in your body, and your body cells, the bad cells or the dead cells, are removed. And this is a very tight rhythmic control in your body. What happens? Because of our habits, because of the environmental effect, because of continuous disturbance, root cause the stress inside the brain, stress in the outside world, all those leads to disturbance in this cell cycle, which in turn leads to uncontrolled, unwanted growth of a cell, which is called a cancer. And if you go to the root cause, if you can control the immune response by being in a peace, both mental, that is internal, and the outside, peace with the environment, you will have an adequate immune response. And by generating your own immune cell, which will kill a cancer cell by identifying it, a process called apoptosis. And this is, I think, the apt discussion for such a august gathering, such a international conference organized by NHSM Knowledge Park, that want to spread the knowledge that we can conquer the disease by simply doing regular meditation, having a good habit, and in turn having an immunity. A proper immunity can save you. If you keep an army in your country, it is to safeguard your borders. And we all know the current incidents. If the army plays a different role, a whole country is demolished. So let us be in peace with yourself. Let us be in harmony and rhythm so that we can conquer disease and we can make this world a better place to live in. With this kind words, I hand over to the organizer to take it further to Dr. Abhijit Ghosh for his intellectual feast for us and to overcome such a gathering who can enjoy with his knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think all of us have been privileged to hear you, and we did learn a lot of things, and we will definitely try to put those who have already put, they'll try to put up with more rhythm in their life to keep themselves as much free from illness and major illnesses like cancer as much as possible. And those of us who lack that thing, they will, I'm pretty sure, from today onwards, definitely try to make their life more scheduled as far as food, as far as lifestyle, sleep, work hours, and everything that is concerned. Thank you, sir. I would like to leave the stage for some questions, if any, for Dr. Vikas Agarwal from the participants. and hope sir will be able to give some more time for the answers. So over to questions, if any, from the virtual field.
No, ma'am, there is no question.
No question. Okay, so I think we can move on to Dr. Abhijit Ghosh. And after that, if the participants come up with any kind of question for anyone, then they can, deal with that. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Agarwal, as of now. So we move on to our next keynote speech. স্বাগতম ডক্টর অভিজিৎ ঘোষ, আমাদের পরের স্পিকার আজকে।
Dr. Vikas, could you please stop share?
নমস্কার স্যার। স্যারের টপিক হচ্ছে ইন্টিগ্রেটেড অ্যাপ্রোচ টু যোগা থেরাপি, এবং স্যার ডাইরেক্টর ব্যাসা কলকাতার, এবং যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়তেও উনি ভিজিটিং ফ্যাকাল্টি রয়েছেন। উনি সেক্রেটারি পদে নিযুক্ত আছেন ইন্ডিয়ান যোগা অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে, এবং উনি প্রেসিডেন্ট অফ আরোগ্য ভারতী ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল সাউথ। আমি আর সময় নষ্ট করব না, আমরা এটা যতটা সম্ভব নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করব। দ্যাট ইজ ওয়াই আমি স্টেজটা ছেড়ে দেব ডক্টর অভিজিৎ ঘোষকে। স্যার।
Namaskar.
নমস্কার।
Thanks to NSHM for conducting this August conference. I think it is very much enlightening. Lot of stalwarts from all over the world, they joined. It is really an unique dimension for not only NSHM, for West Bengal also. So I must be thanking Yogacharya Mary Cecilji and the entire group, those who have taken this initiative, and thanks for inviting me also and giving me this opportunity. I think most audience will be in Bengali speaking or other also joined, because I can't see them.
মিক্সড আছে স্যার।
So, বাংলা বুঝবে সবাই?
আমার মনে হয় না অসুবিধা হবে, আপনি যেটাতে কমফোর্টেবল আপনি বলতে পারেন, কোনো অসুবিধা।
Okay, no problem. Okay. As Dr. Agarwal was speaking, I must appreciate his effort. Although he is from a medical background, but he is promoting yoga at the same time. I have a long relationship with him and his team, propagating lifestyle approach. আমি বিশেষভাবে ধন্যবাদ জানাই ডক্টর আগরওয়ালকেও, যে উনি লাইফস্টাইল অ্যাপ্রোচটাকে ছাড়েননি কখনো। Actually, I am going to talk about yoga, integrated approach of yoga therapy. So the concept of yoga therapy and the concept of yoga also we need to understand. Mostly throughout the world, people think yoga means some physical postures. Yoga সবার কাছে মনে হয় এটা কোনো ফিজিক্যাল এক্সারসাইজ। তাই যখন আমরা ওয়েস্টের দিকে যাই, হোল ওয়ার্ল্ড, নট অনলি ওয়েস্ট, ইভেন ইন ইন্ডিয়া অলসো, ইভেন এই ভারতেও যোগ বলতেই সকলে মনে করেন যে আসন, প্রাণায়াম, নাক ধরে বসে যাওয়া, টু দ্য সাম এক্সটেন্ট মেডিটেশন, ধ্যান করা, এটাকে যোগ হিসেবে সবাই মেনে নিয়েছেন। কিন্তু যোগের একটা বিশদ ব্যাখ্যা রয়েছে, যে ব্যাখ্যা এখানে এই প্ল্যাটফর্মে অত ডিটেইল করা সম্ভব নয়, যেহেতু সময় সীমিত। কিন্তু কনসেপ্টটা একটু জানা দরকার। আমরা জানি যোগ শব্দটা কোনো ফিলোসফিক্যাল ওয়ার্ড নয়, যোগ শব্দটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ম্যাথমেটিক্যাল ওয়ার্ড। এটা এসছেই ম্যাথমেটিক্স থেকে। যোগ আমরা ছোটবেলা থেকে অঙ্কশাস্ত্রে শিখেছি। সেখানে আমরা কি দেখেছি? যোগ মিন্স ইউনিফিকেশন, অ্যাডিশন। As Dr. Agarwal was talking about the cancer, oncology. Keno cancer? Why all kind of psychosomatic ailments in today's world? Everybody is suffering and suffering. ক্যান্সারে আমরা কি দেখলাম? যে আমাদের বডি রিঅ্যাক্ট করছে, আমাদের সেল মিসবিহেভ করছে। যেভাবে একটা সেলের ব্যবহার হওয়া উচিত, বিহেভিয়ার হওয়া উচিত, সেটা পাল্টে যাচ্ছে। ইভেন সমস্ত ডিজিজেই আমরা দেখি যে আমাদের অর্গান মিসবিহেভ করছে, তাই আমরা ডিজিজে সাফার করছি। আমাদের সেলগুলো মিসবিহেভ করছে, যেভাবে তাদের কোড অফ কন্ডাক্ট হওয়া উচিত তার বাইরে গিয়ে তারা কাজ করছে, বা কখনো কখনো অপোজিট রিয়াকশন দিচ্ছে, আর যার জন্য আমাদের সাফারিং। কিন্তু এটা কি কখনো আমরা ভেবে দেখেছি যে আমরা যখন আমার বডি রিয়াক্ট করে, যখন আমার একটা অর্গান রিয়াক্ট করে, আমার অর্গানের মধ্যে যখন ডিসহারমোনি আসে, রিদিমটা যখন চলে যায়, তখন আমরা সাফার করি। Correctly he said, now we need to understand why my body is acting other way, why the rhythm is not there. But we never think why the body is reacting in opposite way, because our mental behavior, our mind always acting in other ways. What it should be done, that is not done. So that's what there is a question of whether shall I do it or not to do it. When my intellect thinks about this, mostly we consider our emotional mind, what I like the most. And the problem starts there. We say it is psychosomatic ailments because these ailments comes from our psyche. That's what we need to understand. This is not infectious disease. If it is oncology, if it is question of oncology or cancer, it is not infectious. As throughout the world we see the infectious disease like corona is booming and everyone is suffering mentally or physically. But we need to understand why this is, and the role of immunology, as Dr. Agarwal explained. If our immune system is strengthened, then no need to go for any other medications, because we have inbuilt medication system inside. And how it acts, how it works, our doctors will explain better. No need to go into deeper understanding of that. It is system inbuilt. And that's what we are fighting all the diseases since our childhood. Many people in this pandemic situation, they are affecting, but their body is not affected by this virus. Why? Because their immune system is strengthened. And similarly, the internal any damage occurs, it is the immune system who recovers everything. So this medication system within, that plays important role in our life. But there is a big challenge than this. We think when the discomfort, when the disease comes to physical body, and then it is the disease, it is not. Disease starts from the mind. Disease starts at the Manomaya Kosha. That's what integrated approach of yoga therapy, IAYT, the basis of IAYT is Panchakosha, because we need to understand I am in this body is not the physical body. Behind this physical body, there are many aspects. Because of that, I am a living being. And what is that? That's what Taittiriya Upanishad explains very nicely. This body is not only the physical body, it is the existence of 5 layers and that is called Panchakosha. And the entire yoga therapeutic concept developed on this module. And what is that Panchakosha? We see the physical body, the blood, flesh, organs, bones, etc. And when the disease comes, discomfort comes to this physical body, then only we go to a doctor and hospital and we go for treatment. But why the disease? But why this discomfort came to my body? We never try to understand. That's what we need to understand, this concept of Panchakosha. So why this physical body is moving? If this physical body is everything, then it should work after death also. Then what is death? What is living? What is living the body? That's what the body is called death. So that aspect is called prana. When prana is left out from this body, then the body will start decaying and it will decompose with the Panchabhuta. So what is that prana? That we need to understand, the vital energy within, which is there from the beginning of our life. And it takes me grow, it takes me act, it gives me the force to work, it gives me the force to think. For each and every movement of this body, not only physical, even mental movement, the thoughts, movement of thoughts, the main force behind is this prana. And we don't know about this prana. So if any irregulation, if any disharmony in pranic level, then disease come to the body, discomfort come to the physical body. Not only that, physical body will go to death. But if physical body is there, prana is there, then also everything is okay? No. What is there behind? To act, to move. And that is the concept of mind. And what is mind? Mind is nothing but conglomeration of thoughts. It is the thoughts, vrittis. And these thoughts are in Panchakosha given in two sects. One is mind, general mind, another one is intellect. Buddhi. Both are thoughts, but both are different. In mind, in general mind, the thoughts are called emotions, our bhavana. So these emotions are related with our physical body. How it is related? It is related with our indriyas, our senses. And this mind wants to grab everything from the external world through these senses, through my eyes, through my ears, through my skin, through my taste. And that's what we enjoy the world. And mostly, because we enjoy the world through these senses and this mind, so we listen to our mind because it gives me pleasure, it gives me enjoyment, it gives me sukha. But there is another aspect of this thought that is called buddhi, intellect. Sometimes we listen to that, sometimes we ignore. What is that buddhi? Buddhi is nothing but the visleshan, the analysis between two thoughts, the discriminating factor between two thoughts. How we discriminate? Whether it is black and white, whether it is sukha or dukkha, whether I shall do it or not, I have to make a choice. And buddhi gives that faculty, that strength to analyze the thought, to analyze the subject, whether I shall do it or not. And mostly throughout our learning process from our childhood, we learned many things and we know what is good and what is bad. Every one of us, we know what is good and what is bad. But still, we are bound to act bad things. We are bound to listen to our mind, our emotions. Why? Because it gives me pleasure. I get enjoyment through this. I get sukha from this. And that is the fight between mind and intellect continues day by day, day and night, every day. And this conflict, my mind wants something. I want this, I want this, I want this, I like this, I shall do it. This likes and dislikes takes me into that path of pleasure hunting where I will get my satisfaction. And my senses rushing towards the external world to get the enjoyment. But my intellect will stop me. Don't go there. There is a risk. You no need to do that. You cannot handle this. Always my intellect is guiding me behind. But I am not going to listen that, because I have my ahamkara, I have my ego to satisfy myself, this false ego. I need to satisfy myself. I need to go high. I need to achieve something. I need to satisfy my senses. That's what we are fighting this world. This fighting is not at all external. It is completely internal fight. This Kurukshetra takes place in our mind. The fight between this mind and intellect. I have to do this, and intellect is saying, no, don't do this. My mind is saying, this, I want to do this, but intellect is saying, no, you do it later, or don't do this. And this is the fight. I am a diabetic, but I want to eat rasgulla. But my intellect is saying, don't eat rasgulla, your sugar level will go high. I don't listen to that. I want to satisfy my tongue. I want to satisfy myself. So I go and have rasgulla. I can't stop me. I have given this example of rasgulla. But in my day-to-day life, every moment I am rushing towards this external object to satisfy myself. And there is the problem starts. As Dr. Agarwal said, that is the factor of stress. Stress is the root cause for all psychosomatic ailments, starting from hypertension, obesity, till cancer, any disease you take, instead of infection, toxins and injuries. That is aside. But all other disease, whatever you take name, all comes from within. This is not external. This is completely internal, and this is the fight between myself. This is the fight between me and my mind and my intellect. And that is the stress that we need to reduce, that we need to remove from my existence. Then only I can understand, then only I can enjoy my real happiness, that is called bliss, ananda, which is existing within. This ananda is not external. Sukha is external for moment. This is called momentary happiness. But bliss, ananda, is everlasting, which is inside, which is within. And no suffering can disturb my ananda if I know how to be in ananda, how to be in bliss. And that is the art yoga teach you. And that is the art of living in yogic way of life. We learn that. We preach that. We teach that. So all disease, even my immune system also behaving wrongly because of this conflict. When I get angry, when I lose something, I tried to achieve something but I failed, I get angry. When anger comes in mind, what is the physiological response in the body? Immediately we see. In anger, my eyes will be wide, my muscles will be tightened. I want to kill you, I want to beat you. And all the bad words will come out from the mouth. And I will curse someone. And I try to find out the problem is from that side. And that's what my agitations, my anger goes up and up. And what happens? When you show your anger, what is the response in the physiology? In the physical body, we see the tightening of the muscles. And at the same time, you start breathing very fast. In anger, we do very fast breathing. When you do fast breathing, what happens to the inside internal organs? When you do fast breathing, automatically the heart will beat fast. If the heart is beating fast, the entire circulatory system, the system which is carrying everything in the body, starting from your food to everything, is going through this transportation system of blood. And the blood stream is taking more and more speed till the brain, from the nail, from the toes to the brain, the entire body is flooded like anything. The speed of circulatory system is very high. At that moment, what happens to other organs which was working in very, very good rhythm, as Dr. Agarwal was saying about the rhythm, and the rhythm is disturbed when you get angry. The heart was working so nicely with rhythm. The pancreas was working so nicely with rhythm. The stomach was working rhythmically. Each and every organs in the body was working very rhythmically. But the rhythm is disturbed because of this fast flow of this blood, the circulatory system. Then when this fast flow like tsunami comes in the body, the organs will be confused. Each one of the organ will be confused and they will think, let us sit and watch first. What happens? It never happened this body. Why it is happening? So they will stop working. Otherwise, they will think that no, I am a very responsible organ in this body, so I must work very fast. I need to give more and more responsibility. I need to work more. So they will be overactive. So your pancreas is overactive, creating more and more insulins. So each and every organs, every gland will be behaving extraordinarily. And that is the problem. If your pancreas is stopped and saying that I must sit and watch, then the problem starts. Your diabetes starts. So where is the disease starts? The disease starts with this situation, whether the organ is working or stopped, whether I shall work or not. In this confusion, the organ is failed, and we say the physical discomfort starts. So this physical discomfort is not started suddenly. The pancreas never stopped suddenly. After my 30-40 age, I will understand the problem. Because till that time I had strength. My organs were working very strongly. But after 30-40, it is not possible. So the disease starts, and which is the first organ attacked in the body? And that is the organ which is weakest in the body. So each individual, each one of us, we have weakest organ in the body. Maybe your skin, maybe your intestine, maybe your stomach, maybe your eye, anything, maybe your heart. So the disease, the discomfort will start from there. And we say, now the disease came to this body. No, now the disease did not come to the body. It came long back. When the first stress came to this body, that time onwards, you started creating your own disease within. So it carries long time, and in between many psychological warnings will be there to warn you, don't do this, be aware about this, you don't take stress, you will have insomnia, night sleep will be gone, you'll start taking sleeping pills, you will indulge with many bad habits like smoking, drinking, sex, so many things, and it will disturb because you want to ventilate yourself and you don't know the way. And here is the way. In yoga, we gives you complete cure. So if we can take out this stress, this stimulation from our existence, from mind and intellect, and we can sharp our intellect, and if we can remove all the unwanted likes and dislikes and all desires in the mind, we can remove it. We made our mind like dustbin. So we need to clean it up. And yoga is all about cleaning up. So that's what entire process of yoga is trying to clean up the body. So we have system of cleaning the body through kriyas, short kriyas, through diet system, asanas, pranayamas to clean the pranamaya kosha, and dharana, dhyan, samadhi, and bhakti, emotion culture to clean the mind. And we have Bhagavad Gita, we have many spiritual texts to read and understand. We have Upanishad to sharpen your intellect and clean the intellect. And in this process, the process of cleaning, we try to bring back our rhythm in the body and try to remove all the disease. Disease is all our creation. It is not external, it is internal. That's what all system will be working in harmony. Immune system will be strengthened if we try. So that's what even a simple practice of Surya Namaskara can strengthen your immune system. No need to practice anything. So you will be all right. If your immune system is all right, all the diseases will be covered. You are insured. So no need to go for any insurance policy. So invest 1 hour every day in your life, in the morning or evening. And that is the biggest investment to ensure your life, to keep your body away from diseases. So that's what, there are many things to talk, there are many things to discuss, but this platform is not to take classes 1 hour after hour. This is the concept. We need to propagate this method, the ancient Indian wisdom, our rishis, our ancestors, they had given this idea. Whole world, the Western countries are running behind India to learn this method, to learn the concept of Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita and yogic methods, to be happy, to be in bliss, to be in ananda. That is in my own hand. But we are rushing outwards. Our senses are moving outwards and we are running behind our senses to satisfy our senses. And we are inviting diseases and discomfort and mental hazards. Each one of us under deep depression or anxiety. We need to think. We need to calm down our mind. That's what entire Yogic Upanishad talks about, calming down the mind. Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodhaha, to stop the thought process. How to stop? That method they have given. Vasishtha is saying Mana Prashamana Upayaha, to calm down the mind, how to silence the mind. If we can achieve that, then we are into wellness, not in illness. So we have to move from illness to wellness, and that is the opportunity. It is created by NSHM like institution and many other institutions in India. They are working towards to move from illness to wellness and give and create this world a better place to live, and live with ananda, live with real happiness. Thank you very much. Please be in yoga, practice yoga, and don't think yoga is only physical exercise or physical mode. It is mostly mental than physical. I welcome all of you to practice and enroll yourself, whether you are a degree holder or not, but join our courses. Even NSHM also running many courses. Join anywhere you want, but learn the method of yoga and get degrees also. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone.
Thank you, sir. Mindful session, illness to wellness, something which is very, very important and very, very relatable in the present situation. We will definitely try to put up to this, and yes, try to give the input of yoga into our life, maximize it so that we can move to wellness from illness. Thank you, sir, for the nice concepts of Panchkosha, prana, and how they are related to this the thing that you were summarizing as IAYT. Thank you, sir. I'll just take a few minutes for any questions we have from our participants, if any. Do we have any questions?
No, ma'am, there is no question on docket.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Thank you very much for this
Thank you very
wonderful
much.
session. Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Okay, so we will move on to our next session, and I will take up a few minutes from your end, and I will pass the stage to my colleague, Ms. Shujata Raichaudhuri, to follow up the next session.
Hello, ma'am. I'm from Virtual MNC. Hello. Could you hear
Yes,
me?
hello. Yes, yeah, I can
Could
hear
you
you.
please start the session?
Yes,
We are live
absolutely.
now.
Okay, all right, all right. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for a lovely session we had about yoga and how it helps us in our daily life and keep us well. Next session, we will be conducting on an oral presentation by participants, and it's an immense pleasure on my behalf to introduce our chairperson for this session, Dr. Ishita Chatterjee. She's a professor in the Department of Applied Psychology from the University of Calcutta. She received her PhD from the Department of Applied Psychology, University of Calcutta itself, on stress management. She not only has a number of national and international publications, but also she has authored 2 books and a number of book chapters and in psychology, as well as she has completed several works and projects on societal thoughts and meaning in life of college students, motivating employees, and also stress, coping, aggression, and mental health status of auto rickshaw drivers of in around Kolkata itself. So, ma'am, thank you so much for gracing us with this opportunity to be and helping us to judge this oral presentation. Ma'am, I would now request you to say a few words of motivation for the participants.
Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you, Shunzata, for just giving me the opportunity to judge this session, and of course to be in this occasion associated with NHSM. And the papers are very interesting, and I would have a few suggestions. Try to stick to your methodology, your conceptual definitions, and also your findings and implication of your study. So this is very important. Since you all are budding researchers, I would say that you share your thoughts, learn from others. If you have any queries about the findings of others, do write in the chat box, or after the session we can have a discussion on them. And of course, make it a very interactive and nice session. I hope you all will be enlightened with this presentation. I've gone through the topics. They are all very interesting. Please try to adhere to the time limit and start your presentation. The first, before presenting, give a 1-line to 2-line introduction of yourself and then go to the presentation. So I would like Oendrila Haldar to start the presentation.
Before Oendrila, you start off, I want to add to it something. You have 6 minutes to present. At 5 minutes, I'll let you know that your remaining times, and after which ma'am can ask questions and you can answer to her points. Ma'am, you can take over. Oendrila, you can take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Should I present my screen?
Yes, of course.
Yes,
you
of course.
can share the screen. Do share the screen.
Yes. Okay, so a very good afternoon to everyone present today. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to present my paper here. I feel very, very grateful. My name is Oendrila Haldar, and I'm from the University of Calcutta. And I conducted this research under the supervision of Dr. Ushri Banerjee. The study is entitled Comparing Psychological Variables Among Adult Practitioners and Non-Practitioners of Buddhist Chanting. The variables that I've taken for the present study are stress, locus of control, life satisfaction, and coping styles. So religion, faith-based practices, spirituality, chanting, all of these and practices alike have a very good impact on the welfare of the individuals. And since they do contribute to the welfare of the individuals and well-being of the individuals, there has not been a lot of study done in this area, and especially on the Buddhist chanting, the school of Buddhist chanting that I have taken for this study, which is why I thought of taking this up. Studies on topics alike can actually contribute to the welfare and well-being, and that kind of explains, or in short, the rationale behind conducting this study. So to talk a little bit about the procedure, how I conducted the study, the objectives for the study was first to explore the differences between these variables: the stress, locus of control, satisfaction with life, coping checklist among the two groups. The first is to see whether there is a difference in these variables in these two groups or not. And the second objective was to see whether there is a relationship among these variables in the two groups. To suit this purpose, ex post facto design method was used, and the data was collected using the Google Forms. And the forms consisted of several aspects. For example, the first was a brief description of what the study is all about. The second, the consent, the social demographic details of the participants, and the GHQ, so that I could screen out all the participants who showed any symptoms of psychiatric illness. And finally, there were the 4 tools, the 4 main questionnaires that would contribute to the study. The first was the perceived stress scale. The second was the satisfaction with life scale, internal external locus of control scale, and finally the coping checklist scale. A total of 100 participants were selected for the present study using the purposive sampling technique. And using this method, the participants, based on their responses, were divided into 2 groups. So 50 participants represented the practitioners group, practitioners of Buddhist chanting, and another 50 participants represented the non-practitioners group. Once the data was collected, the statistical analysis was performed using the SPSS version 26. And in this case, the 2 statistics that I performed was, the first was independent samples t-test, and the second was Pearson's correlation. The results that came out of the statistical analysis reported that there was a significant difference in case of stress and locus of control. However, no significant difference was reported in terms of satisfaction with life and coping. In case of Pearson's correlation, a very high negative correlation was reported between perceived stress and satisfaction with life. So from the findings, it is quite clear that in both the groups, in practitioners group and non-practitioners group, the stress and the locus of control were significantly different. And it was also reported that stress was lesser in the group of practitioners as compared to the non-practitioners. And the locus of control was internalized in the practitioners group, in the practitioners participants, as compared to the non-practitioners. And all of this was consistent with the previous studies. In case of satisfaction with life and coping variables, which are the other 2 variables, no such significant difference was reported. And finally, the strong negative correlation that was reported between perceived stress and satisfaction with life suggests that as stress increases, satisfaction with life.
5 minutes is up.
Oh,
So try to wrap this up.
Yes, I just have the implications to share. So no study is complete without implications, and the 2 major implications of my study are: the first is in times like these, the pandemic situation, chanting as it has proven to be effective, as it has proven to reduce stress among the practitioners, it can be encouraged among people so that they can practice more and more. So they may not be able to completely reduce or remove stress, but at least have a control on it. And the second implication could be using that in the educational settings, so the students can also benefit from chanting. Thank you so much.
Okay, Oindrila, I have a question, that is, did you control the time of chanting?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I had taken participants who were practicing for about 1 or 2 years. If they were below that, I did not take them. If they were above 2 years, I did.
One type of control, the time of chanting. They were not chanting the whole day. They were chanting for some time. Did you take a control of that?
No, ma'am, I did not do that.
So this is a suggestion on my side, that this is a good work, because and it is aligned with the theme of the this conference.
Yes,
that transformation. This is an innovative transformation, and it will help to manage pandemic stress better. But try to bring more control in your work. That will help the generalizations to be free from error. Okay. Otherwise, it's a good work. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay. So if anyone have any suggestions, to write in the chat box, so that okay. So next is Ritya Roy Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is a preliminary comparative study on job involvement and perceived organizational support in performing artists and other working professionals. So this is a research work, is a portion of my master's dissertation done under the guidance of Dr. Momita Mukherjee. I'll begin with the presentation. Okay, so job involvement can be defined as the degree to which the full job scenario is a central life interest, that is, the degree to which it is perceived to be a main source for the satisfaction of important needs, as defined by Dubin. Lawler and Hall define job involvement as the degree to which someone perceives his overall work situation to be a vital part of his existence and to be critical to him and his identity due to the opportunity it gives him to satisfy his important needs. The second variable is perceived organizational support, which can be defined as the employee's perception about the degree to which the organization values their contribution and cares about their well-being and fulfills their emotional needs. It is generally considered that as the organization's contributions to a positive reciprocity with the employees, as they will show their best to reciprocate the received rewards and favorable treatments. Coming to the literature review, in a study by Zainab and Ali, they focused on studying the relationship between job involvement and quality of work in employees. The results indicated a significant and positive relationship between the two variables and its dimensions, including fair payment, safe and healthy working environment, providing opportunities for continuous growth and security, development of human capabilities, and social solidarity and cohesion with job involvement of working professionals. For the perceived organizational support, in a study by David et al., investigated the antecedents of perceived organizational support and its role in predicting voluntary turnover was studied. So their results indicated that perceptions of supportive HR practices like participation in decision making, fairness of rewards, and growth opportunities contribute to the development of perceived organizational support, and it mediates their development of perceived organizational support with relationships with the organization and organizational commitment and job satisfaction. The objectives of the present study is to find out the degree of job involvement in working professionals and performing artists, to find out the level of perceived organizational support in performing artists and other working professionals, and to see if there's any relationship between the two. So a sample consisting of 100 individuals falling under the 50 falling under the performing artist category, which included dancers, singers, musicians, etc. And 50 falling under the other working professionals category, which mainly included IT professionals. They were selected through purposive sampling method. An empirical study using a job involvement questionnaire by Kanungo and survey of perceived organizational support has been carried out. The selected individuals who satisfy the conditions necessary for the study were given detailed instructions, and data was collected online through Google Forms. After the collection of data, necessary analysis and calculations, interpretations were done. Coming to the results section, the independent sample t-test conducted to assess the effect of different professions on measures of job involvement reveals a statistically significant t-value, which indicates that being engaged in performing arts or any other profession like IT sector did influence participants.
Rikia, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay. I'll just wrap up. We have found out that the measures of perceived organizational support reveals a statistically significant t-value as well. And I have computed correlation between the two variables, which indicates a strong positive correlation between perceived organizational support and job involvement in both the domains. So as we have seen that it reveals a statistically significant t-value in job involvement scores, this can be supported by a study by Bruno Frey, where on a scale of 1 to 10, European artists average out at 7.7, which is significantly above the 7.3 average of non-artists. In case of perceived organizational support, we have also seen that findings confirm that perceived organizational support was positively associated with employee flourishing, thriving, and work engagement. Now coming to the correlation part, we can say that job involvement increases with the increase in perceived organizational support. Research findings show that perceived organizational support has a positive role on job involvement when individuals perceive that their organization assesses their participation to the organizational goals favorably and are conscious about their welfare. I'll come to the implications part. So choose a job you love and you'll never work for a day in your life. So which basically implies that when you love your work, it feels like a choice more than a burden. So on the whole, it adds value and meaning to our lives and fills our soul rather than saps it of vitality. So, but it's also important to understand that
Rikia,
yes,
your time is up. Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Rikia, one thing I would say, it's a good work. When you are working on performing artists, you can, categorize them according to their performance. One can be, dancer, one can be a musician. So you can find the finer differences in job involvement and all. I can understand this was a dissertation topic, but if you expand it for further studies, you can do so. Okay. So that would make the much more specific and individualized finding, which will be more interesting, right?
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Okay. So if anybody has any queries, again, I would say do write in the chat box, and later after the session is over, we can discuss. Next is Urmila Ghosh. Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes, you're
Okay.
audible.
Good afternoon. I just share my screen. So, is the screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can do a full screen.
Yeah. I don't know. Has it gone to the slideshow mode, or it's still not? Yeah. Okay, so can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, all the delegates and chairperson, ma'am. Today I'm going to present my research entitled Mindful Self-Care as a Buffer Against Loneliness in Promoting Psychological Well-Being of Students During the COVID-19 Pandemic. I've done this work under the supervision of Dr. Tilatoma Mukherjee. Okay, this is a brief overview of my presentation. The constructs of psychological illness and wellness are influenced by separate sets of factors. Social relationships have been identified to be an important driver of well-being, and the increasing prevalence of loneliness among young adults, especially during the pandemic, calls for even more exploration of the role played by this factor in contributing to the psychological well-being of this age group. The other important determinants of well-being are various set point factors, life circumstances, and intentional activities. Mindful self-care, a form of intentional activity, is a newly developed construct which has been found to promote well-being, especially during the times of crisis, but its interaction with the two types of loneliness, emotional and social, has remained relatively unexplored. The present study thus aims to investigate the role of loneliness and mindful self-care in predicting the psychological well-being of college and university students during the COVID-19 pandemic. The objectives of the research were to determine among college and university students during the COVID-19 pandemic if there is any relationship of the different components of psychological well-being with those of loneliness and mindful self-care. If the components of loneliness can significantly explain the amount of unique variance in those of psychological well-being. And finally, if the components of mindful self-care practices can add to the predictive utility over loneliness in accounting for the unique variance in the components of psychological well-being. So these are the variables under study. A purposive sampling method was employed for the present research. The major inclusion criteria were age 18 to 25 years, middle socioeconomic status, permanent residents of Kolkata and outskirts, staying at their personal or rented residence since April 2020 till taking the survey, and enrolled in an undergraduate or postgraduate regular degree course in online mode at least for the last 2 months. Respondents currently suffering from or having history of any self-declared pre-existing diagnosed psychological or chronic physical illness, or those currently suffering from or having history of any significant acute physical illness including COVID COVID-19 were excluded from the study. The estimated and final sample sizes were 109 and 118 respectively, with 67.8% female. So the major tools used were the psychological well-being scale 42, the De Jong-Jervell loneliness scale, and the mindful self-care scale. The data were collected through an online survey during the month of November, and the length of the survey was approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Scoring was done following instructions on the manuals for each scale, and the quantitative analysis included mean, standard deviation, Pearson's R correlation coefficient, and hierarchical multiple regression. So the components of loneliness were found to show modest yet significant negative associations with the global psychological well-being along with its different facets. And the mindful self-care components showed a positive association with the same. So the following slides depict the results of the hierarchical multiple regression analysis predicting global psychological well-being and its individual dimensions. These are the relative contributions of the predictors of individual dimensions of psychological well-being. Now, the results reveal that loneliness accounted for significant amounts of variances in global psychological well-being along with most of its dimensions except purpose in life, including components of mindful self-care in the subsequent predictive model significantly improved their predictive utility for global psychological well-being along with its different dimensions. And these inclusions also attenuated the impact of loneliness on global psychological well-being and its different dimensions. And unique sets of predictors were also identified, which suggest differential combinations of the psychological processes influencing the different components of psychological well-being. Thus, the results indicate that although the different components of loneliness and psychological well-being are associated with...
Yes. Your 5 minutes is up.
Okay, I'll just wrap it up. So the separate components refer rather to the contributory or overlapping processes than to independent or disconnected processes. However, the results should be interpreted with much caution and generalized with much caution due to certain limiting factors like the correlation and cross-sectional design, the sample-related factors, the online recollection method, and not including individuals suffering from clinical conditions. Despite the limitations, the study has multiple implications on the theoretical, policy level, and clinical level. The most important clinical intervention, the clinical implication being it provides a useful insight in clinical interventions for promoting psychological well-being of individuals suffering from chronic and acute psychological conditions by not only alleviating their psychological distress, but also by aiding them enhance their social and incorporate social connections and incorporating various mindful self-care practices in their schedules to improve their lifestyle. To conclude, both loneliness and mindful self-care interact and play an important role in contributing to psychological well-being of students. And most importantly, this study indicates that practicing mindful self-care activities in their daily lives intentionally may be potential strategies available to students for coping with the experience of chronic loneliness prevalent in the current times of pandemic, thereby promoting their psychological well-being during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are some of the references, and thank you for your kind listening.
Okay, thank you. Can you say some of one or two examples of this mindful self-care? Some of the strategies?
Yes, ma'am. There are 6 strategies like mindful relaxation, mindful awareness, physical care, self-compassion and purpose, and supportive relationships as well as supportive structure in the environment.
So, don't you think that some sort of training is given? It would be better for the students?
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah. Yes, ma'am. That should be a part of an intervention program, definitely. But I have, in my study, I have studied the activities that
it is present in them.
Yes, yes, yes. that
Yes.
is
So,
present at
yeah.
times.
So again, I'll say this is an innovative transformation. It's a process of building resilience, but some sort of training, if you can give and connect it with the therapist, it would be really beneficial for the society and will have a huge psychological implication.
Definitely, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for
Definitely a
your-
good work. Definitely a very good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
So I would ask the next candidate to
Piyasha.
Yeah.
Piyasha Maiti. Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. So today I will be presenting on the topic, a study on personality traits, emotional intelligence and decision-making styles of young adults. Let us give a quick background of the study. Now, what is gender difference? Now, the gender difference refers to the differences in the males and females that may be culture specific and bounded by attitudes. These differences between males and females has been a topic of interest among various researchers, with each research work rendering a new body of results. For example, women are perceived to be more agreeable and neurotic than men, or females score higher in emotional intelligence than men. Women tend to use intuitive and dependent decision-making styles, whereas men tend to use rational decision-making style. In this aspect, I'm going to talk about how these three variables can be related. Now, personality is the sum total or combination of an individual's traits, which influences his or her thinking pattern, actions, habits, and emotions in several situations. On the basis of this, I'm going to talk about the objectives. Now, the main objective of my present study is to study the gender differences between the variables and also find out the relationships among them. As you can see, the sample size was 70 participants. Now, personality traits in this aspect has been defined as the dimensions of individual differences in tendencies to show consistent patterns of thoughts, feelings, and action. Emotional intelligence has been defined as the ability to express, perceive, regulate, and utilize those emotions for thinking and behavior. Decision making has been defined as an individual's unique manner for perceiving and responding to confronting tasks. The tools used for the present study are GHQ, Neo-FFI, the Scoot Emotional Intelligence Scale, and Decision-Making Styles Inventory. Now, the participants who fulfilled the inclusion and exclusion criteria were circulated with Google Forms, where they had to fill out the consent form, information schedule, and the tools were administered. Now, the statistical treatment for the present study were t-test and Pearson product moment correlation. Now, based on the t-test results, significant differences were found between males and females for neuroticism. Same goes for extroversion, openness to experience, agreeableness, conscientiousness. Significant difference was found for emotional intelligence as well. Rational decision-making styles, intuitive decision-making styles, independent, and avoidant decision-making styles. However, no significant difference was found in case of spontaneous decision-making styles. Let me comment on the results for correlation for males and females separately. So as you can see that personality traits and emotional intelligence has been correlated for both males and females. Same goes for personality traits and decision-making styles has also been correlated for both males and females. Emotional intelligence and decision-making styles has also been correlated. Decision-making has also been correlated for both males and females in case of emotional intelligence and personality traits. Now, let me quickly comment on the discussion part. Now, based on the results, it can be said that according to the evolutionary perspective, that genders may differ in domains in which they have faced different adaptive problems throughout entire evolutionary history. Now, for example, for biological reasons like pregnancy, childbirth, and lactation, women have invested more in the relation with children. So it can be said that may be the reason for why they are more agreeable and nurturing. Another perspective can be the social perspective, where through adoption of gender roles and gender stereotypes, the females and males are perceived differently by the society. Now, this is basically the summary of the tables that have been shown before. One of the major limitation of my present study is that the participants were either unmarried, married, working or non-working. I have taken them as a whole. Okay, so this present study not only helps us to understand the potential gender differences, but also helps us to understand the relationship between the variables that have been used in the present study. Now, keeping in mind the present scenario, personality traits, emotional intelligence, and decision-making styles, they're all very important in one's life, in one's mental health as well. So the pandemic has become a stressor for us all, which affects the mental health. So each one of us are dealing with such stressor in our own unique way. This can be determined by the type of personality traits we have. Now, personality traits, as I've discussed before, they are similarly, they help to determine our emotional intelligence as well. Now, emotional intelligence can help us to lead a happy and fulfilled life. They help us to enhance our quality of life. They also help us to increase our positive emotions to a greater extent. Decision making has also, it is also being influenced by emotional intelligence as well, which has impact on the type of decision making style that one adopts. On the other hand, as well, also engaging in those practices which would help one.
Yasha,
yes, ma'am.
Your 5 minutes is up. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm coming towards the end. Okay, all so. Right. Practices that would help one to enhance one's mental health as well as overall well-being can also be helpful in the stressful times, which would have a positive effect on the variable study. Now, these are the possible future directions. That is, married and unmarried can be separately, grouped, working and non-working. Then comparative study can be made, because I've taken only young adults over here. So adolescents, young adults, and adults in general. And also longitudinal study can be made between males and females, just to see the potential gender difference and the relationship between the variables. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you. Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Ma'am, you're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would say that if a training program is, taken by an organization to enhance the decision-making process, then what would be the first step?
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question once more?
Yeah, if a decision-making process enhancement program is taken by an organization for its employees, what would be the first step according to your findings or according to your problem?
Okay, so according to a number of research bodies, it has been suggested that only taking decision making is not enough. One needs to assess the personality traits also and emotional intelligence also, because that has a huge impact on the type of decision making style that one adopts. So the first step would be to assess personality traits, then emotional intelligence, and then decision making style, to get a overall idea about what type of an individual the person is.
Okay, so your implication is that just giving a decision-making training would not be enough. First of all, we have to categorize them according to their personality traits. Then we have to measure their emotional intelligence. As they are all correlated, then we should go for the decision-making program.
Yes, ma'am. Because, ma'am, the results also suggested that the three variables are correlated. So measuring any one of them would not give a whole overall view about the individual.
Yes. I would suggest, you were telling married, unmarried. Here, it would be better if you take different professionals and from different sectors. That would make the work very meaningful. That which sector needs fast decision making, or according to their positions in the organization. If you can elaborate the study, that would really be a good want.
Due to time constraint, I couldn't add that point, but I wanted to differentiate between the public sectors and the private sectors as well as the position in one's office. That could have an impact. So
Yeah.
due to time constraint, I couldn't add that in the PPT.
Yeah, of course. So thank you, Pirasha. Now the next is Rupal.
Hi, ma'am. I'll be presenting my screen. Just 1 second.
Yes.
Yes, to start the presentation, share the screen. Yeah.
Ma'am, is it visible?
You are visible, but your screen is not.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, now it's visible. Yeah.
It's visible now.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My work, done under the supervision of Professor Dr. Deepshikha Ray, is an explorative study titled The Association Between Social Information Processing Attribution Bias, Authoritarian Aggression, Conventionalism, Authoritarian Submission, and Moral Judgment Style. I'll now go ahead and introduce the different constructs used in the present research. Morality as a concept has been of avid interest for years and has been studied by different researchers and theorists alike. Moral judgment style, a construct used in my current research, has been defined by the authors of the scale as one that determines whether individuals are capable of taking moral decisions in a flexible manner, adapting to their situational context or not. Moral judgment caused by quick moral intentions can go beyond the self and therefore may be expressed as a human reaction to social events, which brings us to another construct, which is the social information processing attribution bias. This refers to our tendency of misattributing intent to ambiguous cues in different social situations. Moral behavior and moral decision making are therefore also intricately linked with the norms, conventions, and value systems, which throw some light on the third construct, which is the authoritarian aggression, submission, and conventionalism. Authoritarianism necessarily leads to a preference for a strictly ordered, disciplined society, passive submission to authorities, blind adherence to social conventions and norms, and the need to punish those who violate these norms set by the established authorities. Now, I'll be moving on to the methods used in my current research work. The objectives of my current study have been put forth in this slide. Very little literature has been found which has studied the reciprocal influence of these three multi-layered constructs. Hence, the present study tries to understand the relationship between the three using a sample of 206 young adults across the age range of 19 to 33 years, out of which 100 were male and the rest 106 were female. The sampling technique that I've used was purposive sampling, coupled with the snowball method. The participant groups were matched on the basis of the socioeconomic status. They all belong to the middle and upper middle class, and the medium of education was English. The tools that I've used in my current research can be elaborated as at first the consent was collected from all the participants. This was followed by the general information schedule, which helped me gain preliminary details about the participants. Next, I have used the Social Information Processing Attribution Bias Questionnaire by Coccaro et al. From 2009, consisting of 8 vignettes to assess 4 different types of intent, namely direct intent, direct hostile intent, indirect hostile intent, instrumental intent, and the benign intent, which followed every vignette. After that, the Aggression Conventionalism Submission Scale by Dunwundi and Funke 2016 was administered to the participants. And lastly, the Moral Judgment Style Scale by Bhattacharya and Ray was used to assess moral judgment style and understand the extent of presence or absence of moral position in an individual. High scores here indicates rigid moral style, while low scores indicate flexible moral style. I started off my statistical analysis by comparing the male and female participants in terms of direct hostile intent, indirect hostile intent, instrumental intent, benign intent, authoritarian aggression, conventionalism, authoritarian submission, and moral judgment style. There was a significant difference between the means of males and females in terms of benign intent, whereby the mean for females was significantly higher than that of males. So it basically indicates that females therefore tend to process social information as benign more than males. So now benign attribution essentially refers to interpretation of social information as one where there is no intent of harm or maliciousness or any kind of manipulation. This could be caused because women usually tend to socialize in a more soft and mellowed down manner and avoid conflict in different social situations. The rest of the computation of the benign intent was done separately for male and female participants. No significant difference between the means of males and females was seen for the rest of the selected variables. Therefore, the findings from the present research further indicate that male and female participants do not differ in terms of social information processing attribution styles, except for the benign intent. Therefore, for the rest of the selected variables, males and females were considered as a homogeneous group and the necessary computations were conducted. Next, I've computed the correlation between the rest of the selected variables and moral judgment style. And here it indicates that there was a significant negative correlation between instrumental intent and moral judgment style in both male and female participants. Instrumental intent as a construct was also found to be a significant predictor of moral judgment style in both males and females. Instrumental intent has been defined as one where, although an action or behavior may cause hurt, the person believes that the action does not have any bitter intent. For example, my friend was walking past me and I looked at her and smiled as she walked past. But she didn't look at me, she just walked past. In this process, I may feel hurt, but I may believe that my friend's action did not have any malicious intent. I might believe that my friend was actually in a hurry. This means that an individual scoring high on the instrumental intent therefore tries to find a logical justification for the friend's apparently unacceptable action and therefore does not attribute any hostile intent in the action. On the other hand, the moral judgment style scale determines how flexibly one can adjust to the moral decision making based on one's social context. While individuals scoring high on moral judgments,
your 5 minutes is up, okay?
Yeah, I'll wrap up soon. On the other hand, moral judgment style scale determines how flexibly one can adjust to the moral decision making based on the social context. Therefore, individuals scoring high on moral judgment style indicate rigidity in their moral choices, while individuals scoring low are more flexible. Now, there was a significant difference between male and female participants in terms of benign intent. Therefore, correlation between benign intent and moral judgment style and simple regression analysis with benign intent as the predictor variable and moral judgment as criterion variable was computed separately for males and females. Benign intent was significantly negatively correlated with moral judgment style in females, but not in males. This is indicative that lesser female scores on benign intent, the more rigid they are in decision making. Further, benign intent as a construct was also found to be a significant predictor of moral judgment style among females, but not among males. This brings me to almost to the end of my presentation. So as usual, there are a lot of limitations that a research faces, providing the scope for further research. Similarly here, the entire data collection was done online through Google Forms because of the current adversities of the global pandemic. Self-report inventories were used, which obviously led to the development of self-report biases. The male and female participants were not matched according to age, and the SIP, ABQ, and the ACS scale was not set in the same cultural setting as the participants. Now, this research is unique in its own right because this was conducted on an Indian sample, and no previous research has been found about these three constructs on Indian samples or on Western studies. Further arenas could involve comparison between older people and younger children, and from different socioeconomic classes, dealing with people from different...
Your time is up, okay?
Okay, ma'am. The references...
You can wrap up, obviously.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. These are the references that I've used for the present presentation. And
okay, that's all right. Thank you. But can you tell me the implications of your study?
Yes, ma'am.
Implications?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, what I've tried to understand is how, if you see in the current present economic situation, socio-economic situation, there are a lot of issues that keep cropping up. For example, the present condition in Afghanistan or the present condition that India faces regarding the Dalit community. These are things that have always been there, inherently there, covertly present, but we don't really study it per se, and there haven't been enough studies, which is why I chose these three constructs specifically to understand the relationship that exists between these three and why it influences the way we behave in a society.
Okay, I think there is a question for you after this session. You do answer the question. Okay, check the chat box.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. So the next candidate is Shreyoshi Shaha.
Shreyashi Shaha.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Do start your presentation. ঈশান এক মিনিট আমার চার্জ শেষ ওইটা নিয়ে আয় ওই এক্সটেনশন continue with your presentation. Start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see the screen?
No, I can't see the screen.
Okay, ma'am, just 1 minute.
Needed Kanani.
Now, can you see it now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shreyoshi, and I'm going to present a research paper titled as A Study on Parenting Style, Personality, and Coping Strategies Among Young Adults. During the recent times, parenting style has been highly advocated in psychology. This fact indicates the importance of parenting style in various aspects of human growth, since appropriately supporting children by parents and their warm authority are directly related with positive results in adulthood. Moreover, the experiences of a child with their parents during childhood play an important role in their evolution. When a child grows up, his personality and coping strategies become an important part of his life because the young adults faces a lot of challenges at that age and also in the later stages of life. The type of parenting style lays a strong foundation in shaping the personality. Next is the literature review. Arsabila M. et al. Presented investigation on 2 dimensions of parenting style, care and overprotection on adolescent personality. They concluded that parenting style of fathers and mothers were similar on care and overprotection dimension for majority of parents, and parenting style including care in it positively influences personality development in adolescents in catering students. This is the method. The sample was divided into 3 groups. So the group 1 had individuals whose mother showed low care, high overprotection, and father showed high care, low overprotection. Group 2 had individuals whose mother showed low care, high overprotection, and father showed high care, high overprotection. Lastly, in group 3, the individual's mother showed low care, low overprotection, and father showed high care, high overprotection. This is a sample. The sample comprised of 43 individuals in the age range of 18 to 24 years. The sample stayed at least for 16 years with their parents. There were 29 females and 14 males with the educational qualification ranging from higher secondary to post-graduation. The type of sampling used here was purposive sampling. So the tools used were socio-demographic sheet, parental bonding inventory, brief scope, Ising personality questionnaire revised short form. The procedure included making an online survey, that is the Google form, which included all the questionnaires starting from socio-demographic details to the coping scale. Then the forms were circulated through online social platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, etc. for data collection. This post hoc Bonferroni test and Crystal Wallace H test was carried out for the purpose of finding significant mean difference, if any, with the help of SPSS statistical software. This is a result table showing the Crystal Wallace H test and the post hoc Bonferroni test. And there were total 18 hypotheses formulated. So it goes like this. There is no significant mean difference between group 1, 2, and 3 for the variables extroversion, psychoticism, neuroticism, life skill, and approach avoidance. So parental bonding style is a psychological construct representing standard strategies that parents use in child rearing. There are 4 types of parental bonding quadrants. First is the affectionate constraint. then affectionless control, optimal parenting, and neglectful parenting. The last one, uninvolved parenting, or sometimes referred to as a neglectful parenting, is a style characterized by a lack of responsiveness to a child's needs. Uninvolved parenting makes few to no demands to their children, and they are often indifferent, dismissive, or even completely neglectful. Father's parenting style was not considered in this study. One significant finding from this study is that the subjects who received low care and low overprotection, that is the neglectful parenting from mother, and high care and low overprotection, that is optimal parenting from father, had a tendency to have extroversion as a dominant personality trait. Extroversion can be defined as excitement seeking, risk taking, sensation seeking. Extroversion refers to the tendency to focus on gratification obtained from outside the cells. This is the last part. In conclusion, as we stated that there is significant main difference found between group 1, that is mother low care, high overprotection, father high care, low overprotection, and group 3, that is mother low care, low overprotection, and father high care, low overprotection, for the variable extraversion in case of young adults. This is a reference. The question is study. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so you have been very punctual regarding your time, but you know, parenting style is also very important. But can you
Yes,
link your study to counseling?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I think in counseling of the parents.
Yes, of course, counseling
Okay.
of the parents, since it's on parenting.
Yes, ma'am.
style.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
What
I think the
give to them.
okay. I think parents are parents need the most counseling, because they have when they're a new parent, they don't know how to handle a kid. So it's very important for the parents to go for counseling. Be prepared for everything, what to expect and all. So counseling is really important for them, so that they can know what is the ideal parenting. There is no ideal parenting, but still the optimal parenting and the authoritative parenting style.
I didn't emphasize too much on extroversion.
Extroversion. Ma'am, because actually in the study, in my result, it came that those children whose mother didn't care at all, they had neglectful parenting, and those and the fathers, they cared, and they didn't overprotect them much, so they had the tendency to be extrovert when they grow up. And extrovert is a good thing, but not always a good thing, because it's very risky sometimes. The people who are extrovert, they engage themselves in very risky things. So I wanted to study on that.
Okay, thank you. So we come to the next presenter, Ankita Basu.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Ankita, you're audible.
You're audible.
Should I start my presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
Should I start? Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My study is on fabbing behavior, a proclivity among young adults, which is an investigatory study of fabbing behavior in relationship to its determinants. I will be presenting the entire thing in 4 subsections: the introduction, methodology, research and discussion, and then go on with the conclusion. Or in the last 1 or 2 years, we all are stuck in the home, away from all our colleagues and friends, in a way that the way of communication has come down only through internet, the phone calls and mobile phone. Therefore, in this very scenario, it has become one of the very
very normative thing that people have started snubbing each other with their phones, even when they are in a social setting, present with their friends or family. So here I have used 3 different variables and tried to find out how much each of these variables actually determine phubbing. Phubbing is a term that had been used to describe an incident wherein a person ignores or snubs another by choosing to spend more time on his or her phone rather than talking with that person. Now, mobile phone usage, internet addiction, and fear of for are the 3 variables which I have tried to see how much they determine phubbing. Now, when we are addicted to the phone, when the individual have a very similar definition that playing games of life, but fear of missing out means that I am onto the mobile phone so that I do not miss out the things that are happening on internet, or I do not miss out things that are actually happening all around the world. My friends are enjoying, but I'm not being able to do so. So from this definition, one thing is very clear that phubbing has 3 components. The first is that a phubber, the person who actually looks into the phone and ignore the partner or the companion. The second is the phubby, the person who is being phubbed, who is being ignored. And the third is a social situation. This phubbing can occur only in a social situation. So we move on to the background. So there is not much study done on this specific thing, but the little I have found out is that I try to kind of see that what are the other studies which had been done on this and what are the determinants which people thought actually causes phubbing. So one important study I found was by Karada, whose tales I have used in my study as well. He found out that smartphone addiction, social media addiction, online gaming addiction significantly predict phubbing. So then it was also seen that phubbing is like a vicarious cycle. When I am being phubbed, I will phub somebody else. And it goes on in this way. Other literatures have seen that apart from this predictor, there are also personal factors and other important factors which I have not included in my study. So we move on to the methodology part. In the methodology part, there were 2 distinct objectives of the study: to determine the relative contribution of phubbing on the 3 scales that have, of the 3 scales on that of the phubbing. And the second was to determine the significant effect, if any, of gender on each of the measures that I have been considering in the study. Now, the tools that I have used was, apart from information schedule, mobile phone uses addiction and internet addiction scale, gaming addiction scale, fear of missing out scale, and phubbing scale. For the purpose of study, I have taken up a sample that have only Indian participant and taken convenient style of sampling. 18 to 30 years was the age range, and I made sure that they were in a romantic heterosexual relationship and away from psychological or physical, major psychological or physical illness during the time of data collection or in a very recent past. And my sample had 103 females and 81 males. That after the data collection, which was done on Google Form, I did 2 types of statistical analysis. One was descriptive statistical analysis, where I tried to find out the mean and mean standard deviation and correlation, and inferential statistical analysis, where I have done the t-test. Now, the 2 levels that was considered was 0.01 and 0.05 level of significance. Now, coming to the result and discussion, I'll be going on with the result and discussion hand in hand so that the understanding is easier for the listeners. So this is a table which represents this how standard deviation, what were the standard deviation and mean for males and females independently. It was seen that mobile phone use, internet addiction, gaming addiction, and fear of missing out was greater in male group than that of female group. However, overall phubbing was shown more by females than by the males. Moving on to the correlation table, Pearson product movement correlation indicated that gaming addiction, fear of missing out, and mobile phone addiction all had significant.
Ankita?
Yes?
Your 5 minutes is up, okay?
All had a significant relationship with that of phubbing phubbing behavior. Mobile phone users had the highest significance relationship. That can be because all the other variable which I have used for kind of you playing a video game or to avoid the fear of missing out, one had to go through the mobile phone or access the mobile phone or internet. Going to the gaming relationship, the gaming addiction was seen somewhat less
because game I have considered in this one was only those games which could be accessed through mobile phone, and not those which like the video games or the PlayStation games or computer video games. Therefore, this was slightly low. And also here one thing is important, that mobile games have to be played through internet or through mobile phone, which again reduces the data, reduces the positive significance. Coming to the third variable, there is a positive significant correlation. There was a positive significant correlation between fear of missing out and phubbing. This can be because people are actually very insecure and want to know about what they're missing out on the internet, and therefore they are stuck to their phone. My results have found out that there exists only significant difference in male and female group in the scale of game addiction, because more males are found to play games than female, which can be because more games are made with the idea that males will be playing, and very less number of games have been actually made for females, which increases the statistical likelihood of male being more addicted towards the mobile phone playing or mobile game playing. So the conclusion, there are two important conclusions. The positive.
Your time is up. Your time
just
is up.
A minute. The positive.
Yeah. Sure.
Just make one line conclusion.
I'll just wrap up in a minute. Okay, so there's a positive significant correlation between phubbing behavior and all other variables that I have taken, and there's a significant difference in score only in gaming addiction. So these are the limitations, that there was not one-to-one ratio, and data was collected from a single geographical area, and the finding
of your study.
Sorry, ma'am.
One line implication of your study.
Ma'am, my study can be used in, like we are extending the study further to use it in areas like relationship satisfaction and everything. Because when a person phubs another a lot, what happens is that the relationship satisfaction reduces, because it had been reported by a lot of people that the two partners, they sit with one another and they are into their mobile phone who do not interact.
That's all right. One thing I would ask you to do, you go for relationship satisfaction and communication satisfaction. Okay, this would be a very relevant variable for your study. Okay. So the next candidate.
Pramita?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're ready?
Ma'am.
Go ahead.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Pramita Bonik, and I will present a research paper which is part of my master's dissertation titled as Study on the Impact of Internet Addiction on Emotional Intelligence and Perceived Stress in the Young Adults of the World today. And it was done under the supervision of Ms. Parma Gupta Ma'am, Assistant Professor of NSSM College Campus, Kolkata. The internet is now an integral, even inseparable part of many people's daily lives. They turn to it to send messages, read news, conduct business, and much more. But recent scientific papers have shown that some people develop the preoccupation with certain aspects of the internet, and their persistent and recurrent online activity results in clinically significant impairment or distress, which is known as internet addiction. And in this period of pandemic, COVID-19 and lockdown, internet addiction has increased much more than before for various reasons. Also, it has been seen that from various studies that and articles that younger internet users between 18 to 40 years old were more at risk of becoming internet addicts than older users. Psychological and environmental factors in the lives of college students may leave them disproportionately vulnerable to the internet addiction. From the literature review, it can be seen that various studies showed that internet addiction has a huge impact on human beings, such as Lynn, Quinn, and Steve, including their emotional intelligence, Engelberg and Joberg, 2004, psychological well-being, R.K. Harry, 2020, and the level of perceived stress, 18, and Iskandar, 2011. Thus, the present study aimed at examining whether there is any significant mean difference between two genders, male and female, in case of internet addiction, emotional intelligence, and persistence among young adults, and whether there is any significant relationship among internet addiction and emotional intelligence. Internet addiction and persistence and emotional intelligence and persistence experienced by young adults in Kolkata, India. Here is the independent variable is in internet addiction, and dependent variable are emotional intelligence and persistence. The subjective variables have been controlled for research purpose. The sample comprising of 112 individuals in age range of 18 to 40 years from Kolkata, India. There were 62.5% female and 37.5% male with the educational qualification of higher secondary. 8.1%, graduation 69.6%, post-graduation 22.3%, and with the occupation of student 51.8%, employed 31.3%, unemployed 17% with 100% Indian nationality. Tools used in the study are socio-demographic sheet, Young's internet addiction test, self-report emotional intelligence test, Sheldon Cohen's persistence scale. The procedure included making an online survey, that is Google form, which included all the questionnaires of the socio-demographic sheet and scales that were used. Informed consent with the assurance of confidentiality was obtained preceding the questionnaire administration. The research topic name had been removed from the Google form for the research purpose. Proper instruction are given above every questionnaire for the student to understand the whole process, and then the forms were circulated through online social platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. Only completely filled in forms were recorded to ensure 100% responsibility. Student test and Pearson correlation were done by SPSS statistical software to obtain the result based on the hypothesis given above. Here is the research result of my study, and 6 hypotheses were formulated for the study. The hypotheses were there are no significant mean difference between male and female in case of internet addiction, emotional intelligence, and persistence among young adults, and there is no significant relationship between internet addiction, emotional intelligence, and persistence among young adults. Here is the result of my study. Table 1 showing key value of the variable internet addiction, emotional intelligence, and persistence among male and female. And table 2 showing the correlation matrix for the 3 variables. And the correlation, if the coefficients have been found for internet addiction and emotional intelligence, internet addiction and persistence, and emotional intelligence and persistence. Next is discussion. By referring to the above table, it is seen that the present study shows no significant gender difference between male and female in case of internet addiction among young adults, because in this 21st century, women becomes equal to men in every aspect of life. Girls are also being educated more than before, and they are working in every place that must.
Promita, your 5 minutes is up. Okay.
Girls are being educated more than before, and they are working in every field as much as men. They were working equally indoors and outdoors. Also, the availability of the smartphones and internet has increased, and so the internet addiction is also equally increased in respect of men and women in this era. And that's why there is no gender difference found in case of internet addiction among young adults. Present study shows no significant gender difference between male and female in case of emotional intelligence among young adults, and this finding is supported by many studies. The present study also shows that no significant gender difference between male and female in case of persistence among young adults, and the present finding is supported by various studies such as Donaldson, Preston, Donaldson, and Spear 2000. There is a significant relationship between internet addiction and emotional intelligence among young adults, and present finding is supported by various studies such as Engelberg and Joberg study 2004 in Sweden. And there is significant relationship found between internet addiction and persistence among young adults. And
Romita, can you give some applicative value of your study? What is the applicative value of your study?
Ma'am, the significant research finding of this present study is that there is no significant mean difference between male and female in case of internet addiction. And also, it can be said that some appropriate measures should be taken to stop occurrence of internet addiction this month. Self-prevention could be taken by limiting uses of internet apart from work and educational purposes. Though DSM-5 doesn't consider internet addiction as a disorder, until recently, more researches in this area should be needed because according to the present study, it affects personal emotional intelligence and by increasing the level of stress, creates distress in one person.
Okay. So thank you, all of you. Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
I would like to say that, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Research is a continuous process of validation, cross-validation, adding more variables, and it's something that goes on. It comes with various problems, like previously there was no pandemic, there was no COVID situation, but now this pandemic has come, the COVID situation has come, that has made life more challenging. So we need more researches for building resilience, for transforming ourselves. So it's an ongoing process, adding more variables, and it's a challenging process. So I wish all of you a very bright future. Best of luck for all of you. Do continue with your research and have a bright career. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much
ma'am.
for blessing us with this in the session, as well as guiding all the participants for their future research purposes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I think there is a question for Rupal by Anushna Bhattacharya. She asked, is lack of creativity and flexibility in our education system responsible for suicidal thoughts?
I
Rupal,
think
are you
she's
there?
not there.
Okay, all right. So I'll ask the question, or I'll forward the question to her in the private. So thank you so much for participating. And please, we have now a break for an hour. And please, we'll continue with the session later on with a panel discussion as well as keynote speaker in the second half from 2:30 p.m. Okay, enjoy the conference.
Just have a question. Where can I, should we join with the same link for the next session, or is there any other link?
For that, you have received a mail from an virtual MNC.
Actually, I have received only one mail with this link.
Okay, we'll share you another
Ma'am, yes,
mail.
ma'am, is same link. Yes, same link, same link.
No, they will be a participant, sir. For this one, not the participant, over there will be the audience. So I don't think,
ma'am.
so they'll be able to join from this Zoom link. So they need to join from the other one.
So can that link be mailed to us?
It was probably mailed to you all since you all have registered. Just check on the spam. If not, please contact the concerned person and we will send you the link. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Enjoy your break. Bye. Take care.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task.
Hello, Mary ma'am. Hello, Mary ma'am. Do you hear
Namaste,
me?
everyone. Wishing you all a very good afternoon and welcoming you to our interdisciplinary panel discussion between the disciplines of psychology and yoga. The topic for our discussion today is Scope of Empirical Research in Yoga and Psychology, Strategies and Impact. Before I move the spotlight to our speakers, I would request that we respect the time constraints of being on a virtual platform. We will be having 15 minutes for each speaker to share their thoughts, and I will assist with a small beep to help keep our awareness on the clock. I would now like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Deepshika Roy. Dr. Roy, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. She has won Writing Award for International Psychoanalytical Studies Organization in 2019 and serves as an expert reviewer in several national and international peer-reviewed journals that includes Asian Journal of Psychiatry, Sage Open, and International Journal of Social Psychiatry. She is an acclaimed researcher in both quantitative and qualitative paradigms. Dr. Roy's profile boasts more than 10 international publications, and she serves as a project coordinator to several national projects under UGC Special Assistance Program and Indian Council of Medical Research, to name a few. Her key areas of interest are experimental studies in cognitive and social psychology and qualitative research. She earned her Bachelor's of Science in Psychology and Master of Science in Psychology from the University of Calcutta. She has completed her PhD in Social Science from Central Institute of Psychiatry. Dr. Roy frequently serves as a resource person in national conferences and workshops on qualitative research methodology. Welcome, Dr. Roy, to our panel discussion today.
Thank you, madam, for a nice introduction. Good afternoon.
I would now like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Shirley Tellis. Dr. Tellis has a degree in conventional medicine, after which she completed an MPhil and PhD in neuropsychology at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore, India. Dr. Tellis' MPhil PhD thesis were related to research on the effects of yoga practice and their applications in health and rehabilitation. And she has continued her research in this area since then. After her doctorate, she joined the Swami Vivekananda Research Foundation in Bangalore and had the unique postdoctoral experience of setting up the laboratories there before starting research. Dr. Tellis received a Fulbright Fellowship in 1998 to assess MRI in meditators, which was conducted at the Department of Radiology, University of Florida, USA. She has been awarded the first ever Indian Council of Medical Research Center for Advanced Research in Bengaluru to assess the effects of meditation through autonomic and respiratory variables, evoked and event-related potentials, polysomnography, and MRI. Since 2007, Dr. Tellis has been the director of the Patanjali Research Foundation in Haridwar, India, which is committed to researching the effects of yoga and Ayurveda. She has 152 yoga-related publications cited in her major research databases and is first and main author of most of them. A warm welcome to you on behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Dr. Tellis.
Thank you for the introduction.
I would now like to invite our final speaker of this panel, Dr. Somdev Mitra. Dr. Mitra, Assistant Professor, Director of Psychology and Core Faculty Member, Clinical Psychology Center, University of Calcutta. Dr. Mitra has deep understanding of psychodynamic tradition of therapy, is a Rehabilitation Council of India accredited consultant, clinical psychologist, and renowned internationally for his work as a therapist. The young dynamic professor has over a decade of experience in teaching and actively working in the field of mental health. He has published several research in national and international peer-reviewed journals. He has also completed a research project under UGC Special Assistance Program in collaboration with Professor Sanyal. Dr. Mitra also serves as an executive committee member, Eastern Zone of Indian Association of Clinical Psychology, and is a member of SIS Ink Blot Society. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Master of Arts in Psychology from the University of Calcutta. He completed MPhil in Clinical Psychology with the first rank from University of Calcutta. Dr. Mitra has earned his PhD in Psychology from the University of Calcutta as well. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Mitra. The science of yoga is the scientific basis of modern yoga. Yoga has been studied scientifically since the 19th century. The Bengali physician N.C. Paul began the study of the psychology of yoga with his 1851 book, Treatise on Yoga Philosophy. Early in the 20th century, two pioneers of yoga as exercise in India, Dr. Yogendraji and Kuvalayanandaji, worked to make Hatha Yoga acceptable, seeking scientific evidence from the health benefits of yoga postures, as in asanas, and yoga breathing, as in pranayama. In 1937, the Yale physiologist Kavur T. Behanan published his book, Yoga, A Scientific Evaluation. In 1970, Christopher Hills, his son John, and Kevin Kinsland organized the World Conference on Scientific Yoga in New Delhi, bringing 50 Western scientists together with 800 of India's leading swamis, yogis, and lamas to discuss their research and establish a network for the creation of a World Yoga University. What was once a practice for a centered few has now become a great area of interest. A great number of studies demonstrated that contemplative techniques like meditation and yoga have been successfully employed in the treatment of mental disorders, such as anxiety, stress, depression, and panic, whether as complementary or the main intervention. However, the neural mechanisms through which these practices work are still uncertain. Neuroscience and psychology have different theories about this complex relationship. I would request Dr. Deepshika Roy to share her thoughts with us on this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. To briefly present
Madam, would you kindly unmute yourself?
Yes, I have unmuted myself.
We can't hear you.
We can. I can.
I have unmuted myself.
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I would like to share a PowerPoint, so I'm starting to share it.
Right.
Okay, is the PowerPoint visible?
Just give me a second. Not yet.
Sure.
IT, can we help us with this?
Dr. Diptiksha, please start with the share screen. There is a green.
Yes, I've started with share screen. Okay, let me go to there again.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would briefly talk about certain issues related to the research related to psychology and yoga. This will be the outline of my discussion. It will be a brief discussion. So to start with, I would like to discuss about what empiricism is all about. The word empiricism is derived from the Greek word empirikos, which means experienced. And from the perspective of empirical research, we can say that empirical research is the collection and verification of information derived from observation or real life experience through stimulation of sense organs. Empiricism also has 2 or 3 very definite underlying principles, one of them being determinism.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please turn on your camera. Don't put.
My camera is turned on.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So one of the underlying principles of empiricism is determinism. That's the assumption that all events in the universe, including behavior, are lawful or orderly. And the associated principle is that such lawfulness is discoverable through use of systematic procedures. Also, there is the principle of replicability, which says that if similar systematic procedures are used or operated, identical results may be yielded again and again. And finally, from a empirical research perspective, the researcher is a neutral and detached observer of facts. Now, coming to what do we understand by psychology as an empirical science? Now, around the second half of the 19th century, when psychology was trying to establish itself as a distinct discipline and also striving to be at par with the scientific discourse, psychology also embraced empiricism as its basis of research. One very landmark event was Wilhelm Wundt establishing the first psychology laboratory in Leipzig in 1879. However, in due course of time, it was understood that unlike natural sciences, psychology does not deal with tangible objects of research. Rather, psychology deals with intangible objects of research like emotion, experiences, self-appraisal, etc. This led to the emergence of certain questions and debates. Firstly, debate regarding the objectivity and neutrality in the course of empirical research in psychology. Also, issues related to quantifying subjective experience and studying them independent of their social context also emerged. This paved the way for a newer kind of empirical research in psychology, which was associated with new assumptions related to understanding social reality and the acceptance of the inevitability of the researcher's subjectivity while dealing with human participants. So currently we are standing at a threshold where in psychology we use quantitative as well as qualitative research as basis of empirical research. Now, since I'm addressing students mostly, the first thing that comes to my mind that how to begin empirical research. So I think the first thing is to start with a research question. The next thing that comes is how do we derive a research question? So let's take an example. We can have a particular psychological characteristics which is interesting in our mind. For the purpose of this discussion, let's say it's emotion recognition. Then we can ask ourselves a few very simple questions. For example, what are the antecedents of the characteristics under consideration? What are the consequences of the characteristics under consideration? What types of people might exhibit more or less of the behavior or characteristics under consideration? So coming back to the construct emotion recognition, we can question ourselves, does past experience have something to do with the way we recognize emotion in others? Does the ability to recognize emotions in others correctly have something to do with interpersonal adjustment? Or does some personality characteristics like high neuroticism or high hostile attribution bias make us more prone to commit errors while recognizing the emotion in others? Now, through this process, we may generate a question which has not been studied scientifically. So that's a very strong ground for us to continue research in that area. Or we may also find that that particular area has been studied, but that does not make us reject our original research question. We have scope for further refining the research question. We can ask ourselves a series of more general questions. For example, are there other ways to operationally define our construct? For example, we can think of a quasi-experimental study where we use a priming paradigm where a target face, the emotional expression of a target face has to be judged, and the target face is always neutral. And before judging the target face, the participant is primed by a happy or an angry facial expression, and then we can compare. We can also ask ourselves questions like, are there any other characteristics or situation which might influence the manifestation of the psychological characteristics under question? So, for example, we can study and compare emotion recognition in individuals without psychiatric morbidity and with paranoid schizophrenia. Now, let's come to two very important parts of writing the research report in empirical research: the introduction and the discussion part. The introduction should explain the research question and explain the need for more research. In case of discussion, it's desirable that we begin the discussion with a very brief summary of the topic of research and the research question. The goal is to remind the reader of the factors that led us to conduct this research in the first place. Then definitely we explain our findings, relate them to theories. Now, if our results do not support any hypothesis or any theoretical explanation, we should be able to explain it again. We should not be leaving it there. In addressing this issue, we should be able to weave elements between limitations of our research and scope of future research. That will help us explain our findings. Now let's go over to the basic purpose of this panel discussion, the interface between yoga and psychology. As we all know that yoga is an ancient Indian tradition, and it is a system comprising of physical, mental and spiritual activities aimed at holistic development of the individual. However, in Western contemporary settings and also from the perspective of empirical research in the behavioral sciences employing yoga, yoga tends to be synonymous with yoga postures or asanas, breathing or pranayam, and meditation practice or dhyan. Now, the practice of yoga can be considered analogous with some top-down self-regulatory mechanisms. When we are trying to understand empirical research in the interface of yoga and psychology, then it's necessary that we bring into certain psychological constructs under consideration. So one is intentional control, the other is attention, the other is response inhibition and cognitive flexibility. Attention might falter, we might get distracted during our practice of yoga, because we all know that attention is a dynamic construct. But this ability to re-engage on the object of focus of attention is also a very important element of cognitive psychology. Then there is this construct of meta-awareness. Here we bring into two other psychological concepts, the concept of interoception and proprioception. Now, interoception is the perception of internal sensations such as breathing, and proprioception is the perception of bodily movement, which occurs due to posturing in yoga. So meta-awareness or awareness about awareness is a dynamic combination of proprioceptive and interoceptive awareness. Yoga also has certain interface with psychophysiological processes. For example, practice of yoga has been found to be related to increase in inhibitory neurotransmitter gamma aminobutyric acid levels. It's also associated with improvement in blood glucose and lipid metabolism and the activation of parasympathetic nervous system. All of these indicators being biomarkers of stress. So there are dysregulation in these indicators during emotional stress. So evidently, this psychophysiological processes induced by yoga is related to reduction in levels of depression and anxiety, reducing symptoms of seizure, facilitating sleep, and a very important thing, improvement from the metabolic side effects of long-term use of atypical antipsychotics, specifically obesity, blood glucose level, and triglyceride level. So once again, we come back to the original definition of yoga. It brings about a holistic well-being in the individual. So it leads to improvement of quality of life in patients suffering from chronic mental illnesses. Once again, how the psychological constructs related to yoga can be directly used for intervention purposes. Now, we know that a focus of contemporary psychotherapy is the development of self-regulation, and in order to reduce psychological distress and improve well-being. Now, we know that yoga, regular practice of yoga, enhances emotional regulation skills, probably because, as we have already talked about, it generates more emotion awareness. Also, enhance behavioral forms of self-regulation due to yoga facilitates health-promoting behaviors, such as prevention or treatment of lifestyle-related diseases caused by sedentary lifestyle, for example, obesity, substance abuse such as alcohol or tobacco consumption. I have cited a research. Also, improvement of psychiatric conditions related to impulsivity and attentional problems. For example, in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. The concept of self-regulation and awareness induced by yoga is also used in certain specific psychotherapeutic techniques, which I think can be highlighted by, which will be better discussed by my another learned colleague. Lastly, I come to a very interesting point. We use the concept of spirituality in positive psychology, but it's also there in yoga. From the ancient yogic perspective, the spirituality is more about pure consciousness or realization of the oneness of all things, or the insight that individual consciousness is part of the universal consciousness. From a positive psychology perspective, we try to define spirituality as an autonomous and individual experience, a human-specific phenomena which is associated with higher cognitive functions, a search for and a belief in something sacred beyond the material world, subjective experience of truth, and it may or may not include religious pursuits. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation. So,
Madam, if you could kindly, yes, I think that's fine. Thank you so much, Dr. Roy. That was a very informative talk given by you. Many yoga texts make reference to the importance of mental health and the use of specific techniques in the treatment of mental disorder. Different concepts utilized in modern psychology may not come under contemporary ideas. Instead, they seem to share a common root with ancient wisdom. A great number of studies demonstrate that contemplative techniques like meditation and yoga have been successfully employed in the treatment of mental disorders, whether as complementary or the main intervention. However, the neural mechanisms through which these practices work are still uncertain. Neuroscience and psychology have different theories about this complex relationship. I would now invite Dr. Shirley Tellis to share her thoughts on the different philosophical systems in our Eastern understanding with reflections in modern analytical psychology. Over to you, Dr. Tellis.
This is something that we have been interested in, namely what the correlations one can, or the common features one can draw between concepts described in the ancient texts and neuroscience, because that's the area of my speciality. For example, we may look at, in normal health, we may look at certain pranayama practices, the ways they are described in, say, Hatha Yoga Pradipika or any of the other texts like Geranda Samhita. And a particular practice may be described as energizing. Now, in what sense is it energizing? Is it increasing the blood flow to the brain, the overall metabolic rate, or is it just that it is increasing a level of focus so that a person is more aroused so that they can perform better irrespective of what they are trying to do? So these are some of the areas one can examine. And indeed, there are common features between the ancient texts and what we can measure in the laboratory as either psychological, experimental psychology, psychophysiology, or even understanding the mental state through questionnaires and other methods such as that. But apart from this, it is also interesting to note that sometimes the description used in the ancient text cannot find a parallel in present day laboratory methods. One such example which I'd like to give you is something that we investigated fairly recently. There are certain yoga breathing practices, pranayamas, which are described as cooling. If we look at the traditional text reference, it does mention that these practices are cool. That is, you can imagine then that they reduce temperature. But if you actually measure them in the laboratory, and we did a very strict study where we controlled for environmental ambient temperature variations, the person's body temperature was measured, and there was no change at all. In fact, their metabolic rate actually increased. Now, if a person has a low metabolic rate, we may imagine that they are also able to have a reduced core temperature. So there was no evidence of a reduction in temperature here. However, if you look at some other studies on EEG in this particular pranayama practice, as well as the event-related potentials, there are signs of calming and quietening of the brain. So in this sense, cooling could easily be seen to be probably referring to the mental state and the neurophysiological correlates of it, rather than temperature per se. So yeah, since it's a panel and I was planning to say something else, and since it is over with this, if you would like me to enlarge on this, I could. Otherwise, I'd mention the other areas which I feel important in psychology research.
Madam, please feel free to talk about whatever you want to speak. We are the newest kid in, the newest baby in yoga out here. So we look forward to your words.
Sure. Okay, very nice. Yeah. So one of the areas, as I've started by saying, it was a very nice question you asked, by looking more and more at the ancient texts, we can get a very good idea how to base our research questions. The example I gave you was strictly rooted in physiology. Is it really cooling? But we may get many such examples also for psychology and for psychophysiology research. Apart from this, yoga research through the years has focused largely on stress reduction. If we look at the whole volume of research in PubMed, for example, the greatest number of studies are on stress reduction, followed by anxiety and depression. We need to have more on positive psychology. How is yoga impacting well-being, all aspects? Eudaimonic well-being, life satisfaction, feeling good in general, happiness. Is there more research on this? Will also be interesting, not just removing the negativity that is there. So this is one area, I think, salutogenesis, as we describe it in health, which will be very good to look at. Also, restoration of balance. So anywhere where there is a disturbance of balance, it need not only be pathological, like excessively sad, excessively anxious, it could also be too busy, like people who have been working extensively, for example, in the present pandemic, people were working day and night. After they return to the normal, what restoration of psychological balance do we need to have so that they can return to their normal functioning more quickly. The sort of concept of equilibrium, homeostasis, and balance, going beyond physiology and extending it to mental health. So this is the second area. So the first area is positive psychology. Second is looking at balance that I would like to emphasize. And a third area, which I feel is very important, is increasingly using physiological, neurophysiological and general physiological markers for psychological states. The most typical in the yoga literature, I like the way you quoted Vivekananda's work, but equally nice is the work of Professor B.K. Anand of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, where he showed many interesting studies. One such study was on very experienced meditators, and this was published way back in 1961 or something, when Professor B.K. Anand was actively working in this, where he showed that when these active meditators were stimulated with a variety of stimuli and the EEG was recorded, they had a lot of alpha at rest. And even when they were stimulated with a variety of stimuli, auditory, visual, thermal, vibratory, there was no alpha blocking. So their undisturbed mental state, the brain was totally undisturbed, as if cut off from the thalamus and other structures, blocked for all modalities of sensory stimuli. So such a good correlate of the mental state of being calm and undisturbed here, and of a concept from the ancient text, pratyahara, withdrawal. So we have here an excellent example of a physiological marker indicating what is happening in the psychological state, as well as marking what is happening based on the concept from the ancient texts. I think we really need to develop this. And all psychology labs, more and more of physiological markers, looking at both. How does it indicate very nicely and effectively? Like if you look at this old article of B.K. Anand, you can see how exactly the point at which the person switches off attending to stimuli. So the alpha in the EEG, totally undisturbed. On the day when they're not meditating, completely blocked. So the day when they are in meditation, they are like completely shut off from the world. On a day when the same meditators, experienced meditators, are not meditating and they choose to be in touch with their surroundings, their alpha does get blocked. So it's like a choice there. Very interesting, and because of the figure, you can clearly see the distinction. Like that, I really believe these are important. But these are just my thoughts, and I will end it here. I'm sure we'll have a nice discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I will now move into our third speaker. The philosophical and psychological foundations behind these practices involve a vital component of their success, even when dealing with a purely therapeutic approach. One of the main consequences of yoga is to provide the necessary tools to help in the treatment of mental problems. But yoga says only the individual himself can do this. Even if one is seeing a therapist, all the professional can do is stimulate the individual and guide him during the process of removing the mental conflicts, which the client has to do himself. I would now like to invite Dr. Mitra to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, madam. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, so, I'll just share a PPT. So I'm starting to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this program and giving me a chance to speak in this platform.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Put it on full screen.
Yes, I will. When I'm presenting, I'll put it on full screen. Okay, so I'll just express my sincere thanks. And as this is primarily for the students, I would actually try to make it like a narrative. Okay, so something like a story. There are a lot of research evidences and a lot of nuances in this, which I am trying to oversimplify at times, but please bear with me for that. So going to my presentation. Yes. So my focus is the empirical research in psychotherapy. So if we look at the history of psychotherapy, the story, from a story perspective, prior to the 1950s, it was the era of dominance of psychoanalysis, the interpretation of the unconscious, and by a highly trained psychoanalyst who considered that all these interpretations that he was making, sitting in a dimly lit room, and his patient was lying on the couch, this was beyond empirical analysis, though a detailed records were being kept. Now, this was the scene till the 1950s. In 1950s, we saw a gain in popularity of behavior therapy with the works of B.F. Skinner and like. And at the same time, claim was made by Hans Eysenck that non-behavioral psychotherapy was no better than waiting list control. That is, you are improving because of psychotherapy is a myth, right? Think of the level of challenge. This sparked empirical research activities in the field of psychotherapy, which Dryden has described in terms of 4 generations. Well, if you are criticizing me, then I will also, hit back. Till 1952, I was sort of thinking that, okay, people believe in me. Now I will show you through empirical research activities. Let's see what happened. So the first generation, 1950s to 1970s onwards, the main research question was, is psychotherapy effective? There was a use of waiting list controls. Group A received therapy, Group B did not receive therapy. And in the process, there was a question, are there objective methods for evaluating process of psychotherapy? There were random sampling of verbal and speech behaviors during the sessions. And what were the outcomes? The outcomes were, yes, psychotherapy was much more effective, and there could be objective methods for evaluating process. And which were the type of therapies which were getting the main emphasis? There was a focus on psychodynamic therapies and behavior therapies. Okay, but not many psychodynamic therapists participated in this research. Some did, some did not. Primarily, behavior therapies were participating in this research. Now coming to this next point, the second generation, 1960s onwards. So this was evident that psychotherapy is effective. Then the question became, which psychotherapy is more effective, mine or yours? So that led to the concept of randomized control trial. Okay, let's give everyone a fair chance. I'm giving you similar patients. I'm giving you also similar patients, and I'm also giving, say, Group A similar patients, B similar patients, C similar patients. Now you're applying one therapy to Group A, one therapy to Group B, one therapy to Group C, and let's see who wins. And you know what the outcome was? Pretty disappointing that every psychotherapy was more or less equally effective. Yes, in some cases, cognitive behavior therapy was a bit more effective than psychodynamic therapies in the context of anxiety disorders, but in general, all psychotherapies were more or less equally effective. Now, what were the components that are related to outcome? To understand this, single cases were analyzed, okay, from a quantitative perspective. Here, the focus was on cognitive behavioral therapies, brief psychodynamic therapies, and client-centered approach. You still can find a lot of recordings by Carl Rogers, which was done during this period, 1960s to 1980s, where he was making himself open, his sessions open to, empirical examination. Then came the third generation, 1970s onwards. So now we know that psychotherapy is effective and all psychotherapies are more or less equally effective. Then how can treatments be made more cost effective? So complex questions where complex statistical methods were used, and there were growth curves and other methods. And then there was a question, how does change occur? Then there were attempts to link process to outcome. The concept of psychotherapeutic alliance was focused, and quantitatively, a lot of statistical evidences and other empirical evidences came that yes, psychotherapy is effective, and there are certain factors like therapeutic alliance which are central to change. Since 1990s, third wave behavior therapies became popular while the previous ones remain relevant in the empirical analysis. Now, generation 4, 1984 to present, this was by Dryden in 2007. That is, how can quality of treatment delivery be improved? Here the change was, till now, it was, I am the therapist, I am saying something, I am observing, the clinician is observing. This was the main focus. Here, now, the focus was on the patient. It is patient-focused research. And qualitative methods were probing how change can occur. So qualitatively, from the narratives of the patients, from whatever the patients had to say and describe, this was coming up since 1990. As I've already mentioned, that the focus was on third wave behavior therapies along with other therapies. Now, I would like to mention about certain factors from allied fields which might have contributed to. Development of psychotropic medication was a relevant factor for development of time-limited, cost-effective psychotherapies. Why? When there was no medicine, whatever you're doing with my patient is fine, you're doing something. But when there are medicines, you have to show me that your work is justified. You are doing something which is better than medicine or comparable to medicine or has some other kind of contributions. Then there were the limitations of thoroughly manualized CBT, and similar therapies were largely being recognized. You know, there was a point where it was thought that, okay, so in CBT session 1, you would do this, CBT session 2, you would do this, 3, you would do this, 4, you would do this, irrespective of what kind of setup the patient is in. I will stick to my manual. First day dose this, second day this dose, third day this dose, but that really doesn't work in many cases. In some cases it really does, but in some other cases it doesn't. With development in post-positivistic paradigm, the importance of human factors and therapeutic relationship was recognized as central features. I've already mentioned that in generation 3 and generation 4 research. Development of fMRI and similar functional neuroimaging methods fueled the development of cognitive neuroscience. Brain studies led to development of affective and social neuroscience. So it is not at the psychological realm that much only. Rather, now we are entering the brain studies. We are being able to study the brain, which maybe Freud had dreamt in the late 19th century was now becoming possible. Now, coming to the focus on neuroscience, studies with physiological measures, especially cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience, indicated that psychotherapy brings changes in the physiological markers, including the structure and functions of the brain. The evidences indicated the crucial importance of non-conscious and affective factors. That is, earlier the focus was on cognition. Now there was the recognition that affect or emotion is very important. So the crucial importance of non-conscious and affective factors in human cognition rejuvenated the scientific foundations of the psychodynamic school of thought. Many therapies have tried to integrate different approaches to therapy as well as findings from neuroscience. Here, I'll just mention about compassion-focused therapy. It's actually focusing on psychodynamic principles, cognitive behavioral principles, behavior therapy principles, mindfulness, neuroscience, positive psychology. So now there is an effort towards eclectic and integrative approach, not only within the field of a specific school of thought in psychology, but several schools of thought in psychology, including positive psychology, and beyond to the level of neuroscience. So it is now widely recognized that human suffering is not solely due to errors in thinking, as CBT thought, or illogical infantile fantasies, which psychodynamic therapists focused on. Yes, clinical suffering is to a certain extent due to these factors like errors in thinking or illogical infantile fantasies, but that's not everything. Rather, suffering is central to human existence, and compassionate acceptance is central to resilience and growth. Many therapies focus on this acceptance and tolerance of distress along with mindfulness, especially breathing exercises. So are we moving towards yoga? See, we're talking about non-judgmental, compassionate acknowledgement of reality. We therapists, with our understanding of positive psychology, we are talking about non-judgmental, compassionate acknowledgement of reality. We are focusing on breathing exercises. We are focusing on mindfulness meditation. We are focusing on acceptance of suffering as inevitable part of existence. And we are focusing on spiritual growth. So these are clear indications of Western tradition of psychotherapy is moving closer and closer to the Indian tradition of yoga. Wealth of empirical research indicates the utility of these approaches, some of which has already been described. To conclude, maladaptive conditioning, cognitive errors, infantile desires are central to clinically significant problems in adults. However, growth is likely to be facilitated by the above, but not limited to this. Acceptance and mindfulness and traditions of yoga can open horizons of satisfying existence of humans in the current times. Thank you.
Thank you for those amazing words of yours, Dr. Mitra. I would like to bring in Dr. Shirley Tellis now to share her thoughts on this, amalgamation or the movement from modern science looking towards ancient yogic practices and beliefs. Dr. Tellis. Madam, if you could kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. I enjoyed the build-up of the historical way in which the different techniques were added and how it's modified the approach of towards psychology and psychotherapy and the adding of neuroscience being mainly contributing to social and affective neuroscience is an interesting part. And indeed, we can use neuroscience measures in psychology research, especially related to yoga, to add various layers of information about the, not only about the way it is influencing the person, but even interestingly, impact among groups of people and interactions. There are various ways in which one can see the effect of a intervention like yoga with the, as you call them, empirical or objective measures. So let me give you a few examples, just off the top of my head, because I wasn't thinking I would say this here, but just to give you some examples of what I mean. For example, we may say, and this has been said time and time again about yoga practices, that they are relaxing. So we may have a number of questionnaires showing that it reduces state anxiety, increases positive affect, whatever. And all this is a shift in the correct direction. But if we go into the analysis of health and disease, one of the very important markers is sleep. So if we are able to quantify the night sleep, the architecture, is it normal or deviant? Is it good quality sleep or is it light sleep? And if we find that the yoga practice not only reduces state anxiety, not only shifts the positive negative affect scale towards more of positive and less of negative and so on, but also increases the night sleep. We have a good objective marker there to substantiate our question. And if we can find a reference in the ancient text which says that the practice of yoga is reflected in more joyousness and better deep restfulness, then we have markers for each of these from our present day research as well. Joyfulness may be reduction of the negative affect, deep restfulness from good polysomnography findings. So increasingly, I feel that these kind of correlations are very useful.
Thank you so much, madam. Dr. Roy is facing some problem with the camera. I had a question for her. IT, can you just help sort that out? In the meantime, I will go over to Dr. Mitra. So I have a question for you. How can we correlate modern techniques used in psychology and psychiatry with yogic practices for the treatment of mental issues?
Okay, so I think the first important aspect does not come from neuroscience. I think the first important concept comes from the philosophy of it. You know, the first question which is relevant is, why do we suffer? Or rather, why does in some cases people suffer so much that their suffering can be conceptualized as depression, while others' suffering can be conceptualized as normal sadness? Maybe we are struggling mentally. Maybe we are struggling mentally against this. Now, if we see that in the recent psychotherapeutic advances with focus on this positive psychology, we would actually find that we're talking about gaining acceptance. And if you look at yoga, I'm not an expert of yoga, but still, if you look at yoga, that is also talking about acceptance, non-judgmental acceptance. So let's not struggle. Let's not struggle to bring some changes. Let's allow the change to happen. You know, now coming to the concept of neuroscience, when does these changes happen? When does these changes take place in the brain? The changes does not really take place in the brain under conditions of stress, but rather when we are relatively curious. Now, that is not a very relaxed state. Curiosity is not just a relaxed state. We are curious. There is a degree of arousal, but there's an openness about it. When this is happening, the neuronal connections actually grow much faster. Okay. Now, if we look at yoga, then we are not actually questioning that why am I feeling this? When I'm meditating, I'm not questioning why am I feeling this? I am just observing what I'm feeling. And I'm sort of curious about my own development. So philosophically speaking, it's a curious acceptance of curious and non-judgmental acceptance of the situation, whereas neurobiologically speaking, that facilitates the neuronal growth and development. So both the things, say positive psychology and yoga, they are targeting human growth. And in that context, happiness is not just the absence of suffering. In many cases, happiness is being grateful for what we have while we are aware that what we do not have. So that acceptance is a key which is associated with yoga, positive psychology, and in modern psychotherapy. Madam, you are muted.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Tellez, when we speak of happiness, in our yogic terms, we understand happiness from a much more deeper context. In fact, I would also like to add here that poor mental health is normally associated with decreased activity in the prefrontal cortex. So yoga practices have shown evidence that how this helps. If you could elaborate on that a little more.
Maybe on happiness is what you're saying.
Yes. Maybe.
Yeah, okay. So if we look at happiness, the neurobiology of happiness there are specific pathways in the brain and specific neurotransmitters which mediate the feeling of satisfaction. This was very early work where they had actually rats pressing pedals which completed a circuit in their brain. This circuit was called the pleasure circuit. A rat who was trained to press this pedal would continue doing it addictively till the point of fatigue and even death. So it was so addicted to pressing and activating a particular circuit in the brain, which later came to be found to be a circuit in which there's abundant serotonin, dopamine, and more recently endogenous opioids and even some other peptides. So now these are the mediators of what we may call satisfaction or happiness in a very mundane way. Whatever made an animal feel like repeating its activity to get that sensation again and again. Of course, in yoga, we realize it is far more than that. And that's the whole concept of positive psychology, where we go beyond, we divide well-being as two parts, hedonic, eudaimonic, and looking in detail at which aspects of eudaimonic well-being can be improved specifically through yoga practice. For example, one may look at very experienced yoga practitioners and explore which aspects of their life bring them greatest satisfaction and contribute most to eudaimonic well-being. Is it those related to self-exploration, self-transcendence maybe? Is it those aspects related to creativity and getting into the moment of an experience like flow? Or is it something like compassion or gratitude? So these could be very interesting things. Which aspect makes a person who's really immersed in yoga feel most satisfied and most happy? These are some of the things.
Can I just add something? Can I add something?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. I'm being muted from IT. I don't know why. I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Okay. So basically, I would like to add this point which Dr. Tellis was mentioning. You know, in psychology, if we are looking at how Martin Seligman has tried to look at it, there's one concept called pleasure. That is the rats pressing the liver for the rewards. That is the pleasure principle, which is associated with the addiction model. Okay. Next comes the concept of satisfaction. That is, if we are putting in a lot of effort towards something, then with the outcome, we are satisfied. Say for this program, we are putting in a lot of effort, and if we understand that it has gone down well, we will be satisfied. That is different from the addiction model. And coming to the concept of happiness, as Seligman puts it in his work on positive psychology, it is a spiritual aspect where we feel connected to nature and to the higher order things. So I believe, and I think Dr. Ray would also be able to elaborate on this. Different neurochemicals, different neurotransmitters are actually associated with these. For example, dopamine is associated with more with the reward system, or the pleasure aspect. Whereas regarding satisfaction, it could more be associated with, say, something like serotonin. Happiness, I think happiness is a more global concept where the whole cortex is involved, where it is relatively free from the inputs coming regularly from, as you were mentioning through that EEG study in 1961, the inputs which are coming from the subcortical states. So the cortex is as if being able to self-regulate. And then there, as the yogis say, that then there is a kind of satisfaction where you realize the Brahma within you. So maybe it's very important for us to conceptualize things in this way, and then go ahead with, doing the more empirical researches.
There's just one interesting point. It's such a fascinating discussion that we may get satisfaction from something that is pleasurable. For example, the wonderful example we have of this, or rather the example of this wonderful get-together here online. If we draw too much of satisfaction from the way we make an event go, if we are running an event and it's successful, and then we are really triggered to feel this is the important thing that gives me a high or a dopamine in my brain, then that itself can be triggering our pleasure pathway, and the lines between pleasure, satisfaction, and experience subjectively of happiness become very blurred. In neuroscience, they are all considered spilled over and not separable, because they do spill over like this. But that's interesting.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I would like to add that maybe happiness from a yogic perspective is much more fundamental. If we really try to understand what our ancient rishis and munis have spoken about true happiness, realizing the true self, finding that connectivity with everything around us, as Dr. Mitra spoke about Brahman, maybe they tried to tie everything down to that one reality. So it's really a beautiful, discussion going on. I would like to bring in Dr. Ray. She is having some issue with her video, I guess. Dr. Ray, you could just speak, even if the video is not on. We have a couple of questions here for you.
Yes, if you can ask me the questions, I will
Yes, sure. So there is this question which has come. Could you elaborate on top-down regulatory mechanism? This is from one of our students.
That's basic to psychology.
Yes.
The thing is that in psychology, when we are talking about cognitive processing, we talk about two kinds of processes: top-down processing and bottom-up processing. Top-down processing is such kind of cognitive processing which is influenced by our past knowledge, our learning and experiences. On the other hand, bottom-up processing is information processing that is directly related to the incoming sensations. So generally it is sequential. So it starts from bottom-up processing. We have our sensations, then we have our perceptions, then higher order reasoning, etc. But often it can be the other way around also, where our past experiences, our learning, etc. can influence the way we process information. So I had used top-down self-regulatory mechanisms in the context of how yoga or practice of yoga can induce some self-regulatory processes in the individual. So in that case, the learning of yoga, the sequence of timing of postures, the way we conduct different asanas, these training can kind of have a spillover effect on our behavioral regulation system, where our past knowledge or experience helps us to be aware of our sensations, our emotions, and help us to regulate our behavior.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think there's another question. This is for both Dr. Shirley Tellis and Dr. Mitra. Does practicing compassion in daily life improve our well-being? So I would first ask Dr. Mitra to speak, and then Dr. Tellis can.
Well, compassion, it's actually very difficult to get a definition of compassion which everyone would agree. But from the perspective where compassion is associated with care, where we are accepting the suffering and trying to do something about it gently, that is also associated with gratitude in many ways. Yes, if that can be practiced, then it definitely increases our well-being. But then again, we have to also have control over our own, so to say, primal emotions in order to achieve that sense of compassion. If we are having enough control over those emotions, and if we are in a position to practice compassion, there are several researchers in the field of compassion-focused therapy which suggest that your well-being will definitely go up.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tellis, if you would like to add up to this.
Yeah, similarly. I mean, this is largely from the Buddhist tradition. They vary because Buddhist tradition, both the philosophical principles, the meditation, it's largely one of the central concepts is compassion. So there's a lot of research on that, and around that various other things. How does compassion-centered therapy make physicians feel better, or and so on. So there are lots of research suggesting, yes, that indeed compassion does increase our eudaimonic well-being, rather than, of course, not hedonic.
Thank you so much. I think we are running out of time and I'm spilling into the next session. So I would like to thank each of you for taking out time from your busy schedules to make this happen. And as a closing statement, I would like to say that the purpose of yoga, or maybe the purpose of life, as is written down, is param sukha prapti dukkha nivritti. And the cause of dukkha, suffering, is ignorance. And we are blessed to have such enlightened and people who give us information and knowledge so that we can cross this suffering of life and move on for that param sukha. Thank you so much once again, all of you. Thank you, Dr. Tellis, especially for taking out time from your very busy schedule and joining us. Thank you, Dr. Mitra. Thank you, Dr. Ray, so much. Namaste.
Can you please switch on your
Good
video?
afternoon, everyone.
I'll share for you and you can present.
Hello, Suma ma'am. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. So we are ready for our next speaker. We are just trying to get in touch with her. Kindly please
Actually, we
wait.
are running out of time.
Yes, so we are getting in touch with her, trying to find out why she's not being able to join. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, so just thank you. Hello, virtual MNC. Hello, IT support, are you there?
Yes, Soma ma'am.
Yeah. So we still haven't been able to get in touch with Professor Grady. Meanwhile, could you run the promotional videos of our college campus?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Wishing all of you a wisdom-enriched morning. On this auspicious occasion of the 7th International Day of Yoga, on the theme Yoga for Well-Being, let us relearn a few things about our cultural traditions and re-envisage that yoga is the best therapy to keep our mind and body calm. Yoga is the practice for a healthy body, mind and spirit. Yoga is the best fitness regime, both physically and intellectually. Yoga teaches us how to cure what need not be endured and endure what cannot be cured. Yoga is like music, the rhythm of the body, the melody of the mind, and the harmony of the soul, creating the symphony of life. Yoga allows us to rediscover a sense of wholeness in our life. It is the setting of the mind into silence. When the mind has settled, we are established in our essential nature, which is pure consciousness. Nothing else would help us calm our mind and soul the way yoga does when we are suffering from stress and anxiety. Yoga is about awakening. It is about creating a life that brings more beauty and more love into the world. When you inhale, you are taking the strength from a higher power. When you exhale, it represents the service you are giving to the world. Yoga is a light which once lit will never dim. The better your practice, the brighter the flame. We at NSHM are striving to nurture a healthy lifestyle in our society through disseminating this knowledge and inculcating the active practice of yoga in every home.
Sahanau bhunaktu sahaviryam karvavahai tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om. Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacha Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarotam Pravaram Munina Patanjalim Pranjaliranatosmi Atha Prathamodhyayaha Samadhipadaha Atha Yoganuशासनम् Yogaschittavrittinirodhah Tadadrashtu swarupeva sthanam वृत्तिसारूप्यम् इतरत्र वृत्तयः पञ्चतयः क्लिष्टा अक्लिष्टाः प्रमाणविपर्ययो विकल्पनिद्रा स्मृतयः प्रत्यक्षानुमानगमाः प्रमाणानि विपर्ययो मिथ्याज्ञानम् अतद्रूपा प्रतिष्ठम् शब्दज्ञानानुपातिवस्तुशून्यो विकल्पः अभावलम्बनावृत्तिर्निद्रा अनुभूतविषय असम्प्रमोषः स्मृतिः अभ्यासवैराग्याभ्यां तन्निरोधः योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोत्तं प्रवरं मुनिना पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिं रानतोऽस्मि अथ प्रथमः समाधिपादः अथ योगानुशासनम् योगश्चित्तवृत्तिनिरोधः तदा द्रष्टु स्वरूपेऽवस्थानम् वृत्तिसारूप्यमितरत्र वृत्तयः पञ्चतयः क्लिष्टा क्लिष्टाः प्रमाणविपर्ययविकल्पनिद्रा स्मृतयः प्रत्यक्षानुमानगमाः प्रमाणानि विपर्ययो मिथ्याज्ञानम् अतद्रूपा प्रतिष्ठम् शब्दज्ञानानुपातिवस्तुशून्यो विकल्पः अभावप्रत्ययालम्बनावृत्तिर्निद्रा अनुभूतविषय असम्प्रमोषः स्मृतिः अभ्यासवैराग्याभ्यां तन्निरोधः ॐ मित्राय नमः ॐ रवये नमः ॐ सूर्याय नमः ॐ भानवे नमः ॐ खगये नमः ॐ पूष्णे नमः ॐ हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः ॐ मरीचये नमः ॐ आदित्याय नमः ॐ सवित्रे नमः ॐ अर्काय नमः ॐ भास्कराय नमः ॐ मित्राय नमः ॐ रवये नमः ॐ सूर्याय नमः ॐ भानवे नमः ॐ खगये नमः ॐ पूष्णे नमः ॐ हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः ॐ मरीचये नमः ॐ आदित्याय नमः ॐ सवित्रे नमः ॐ अर्काय नमः ॐ भास्कराय नमः
अहो बत महत् पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद्राज्य सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यतः तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजनं सन्तर्यस्यसि श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भवितवा न भूयः अजो नित्यं शाश्वतो अयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदविनाशिनं नित्यं य एनमजम् अव्ययम् कथं स पुरुष पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्मन् हविर्ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतम् ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना अपाने जुहति प्राणं प्राणे अपानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमानसमात्मनः नात्युञ्चित्र नातिनिचं चैलाजेन कुशोत्तरम् बन्धुरात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मनः चितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत्
भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ओम्।
Wishing all of you a wisdom-enriched morning. On this auspicious occasion of the 7th International Day of Yoga, on the theme Yoga for Well-Being, let us relearn a few things about our cultural traditions and re-envisage that yoga is the best therapy to keep our mind and body calm. Yoga is the practice for a healthy body, mind and spirit. Yoga is the best fitness regime, both physically and intellectually. Yoga teaches us how to cure what need not be endured and endure what cannot be cured. Yoga is like music, the rhythm of the body, the melody of the mind, and the harmony of the soul, creating the symphony of life. Yoga allows us to rediscover a sense of wholeness in our life. It is the setting of the mind into silence. When the mind has settled, we are established in our essential nature, which is pure consciousness. Nothing else would help us calm our mind and soul the way yoga does when we are suffering from stress and anxiety. Yoga is about awakening. It is about creating a life that brings more beauty and more love into the world. When you inhale, you are taking the strength from a higher power. When you exhale, it represents the service you are giving to the world. Yoga is a light which once lit will never dim. The better your practice, the brighter the flame. We at NSHM are striving to nurture a healthy lifestyle in our society through disseminating this knowledge and inculcating the active practice of yoga in every home.
सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति Shanti Shanti Hari Om Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacha
Hello, everyone. I'm not quite sure. I'm coming to you from Florida in the United States, and I'm really, really delighted to be here. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to start or if I should wait. Anyway, my name is Dr. Patty O'Grady, and I think that my presentation on resilience was around 7 o'clock. So I'll give it just a few more minutes in case there are any further instructions. Otherwise, I will talk with all of you. Let's see. I'll give it a couple of more minutes. I do have a PowerPoint to share. Again, I'm not quite sure of the format, so I can put it up on my screen in a few minutes. I wasn't sure. I think that the conveners might have decided to put it up, so I don't want to start too prematurely. But I will get in a moment. First, let me just say that yoga video was absolutely beautiful.
Namaste, namaste. Dr. Grady is with us. IT, I think there's a confusion in the room because right now I have a talk with Dr. Basure, and Dr. Basure has already joined us. IT, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Dr. Brady.
Yes,
I guess there's a slight mess up in the rooms. I think.
O'Grady needs to go in Acharya Hall.
Yes, kindly do that urgently because this is for our talk now.
Can I go to another? There's another room.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Acharya Hall. Acharya Hall.
Okay, this is the only link that I received, I believe, but I will go see if I can find another one. But thank you so much.
No, madam, please hold on. We will sort it from our end.
Okay, thank you.
Our IT team will help you.
Okay, thank you.
IT, please help her, assist her.
Okay.
Dr. Basure, we'll start in just a couple of seconds.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
No, it's okay. Namaste, everyone. Wishing you all a very good afternoon and welcoming you to our keynote speech in the discipline of yoga. The topic for our discussion today is consciousness, the scientific basis of yogic understanding. Ramble of a scientist converted to a yogi. I take this opportunity to welcome our very dear Dr. Indraneel Basure. Dr. Basure is a physician by training who is a practicing cardiac electrophysiologist. He has been practicing meditation since age 6. He has been initiated in the Kriya Yoga tradition by Swami Hariharananda Giri in the tradition of Paramhans Yoganand. A practitioner of Advaita Vedanta, he has been practicing his guru's sermon, an ounce of practice equals a ton of theory. He has also been trying to bridge the gap between present understanding of man, this earth, and the cosmos based on science and inner intuition derived from meditative practices. He has spoken on the scientific research on yoga and meditation as a tool to understand the complex philosophy which the yogis or yor comprehended by powerful meditative practices. Meditation increases vibration of the body and mind to achieve superhuman capability, as described in every religion, and is what common man calls as miracles. The universe exists as multiple layers of vibration, from higher ones to the lowest one, Earth, the material plane. This burgeoning field of cognitive studies in the West is motivated by renewed interest in conscious experience, which arose with the scientific ideal of objectivity. The concept of consciousness as an ontological substance is, in Vedanta, deconstructed through the analysis of impermanence and interdependent origination of phenomena. In Advaita philosophy, consciousness is equated with the universal Brahman. The non-dualism of Indian systems is argued represents a possible resolution of the ontological and epistemological problems of Western philosophy. Without much ado, over to you, Dr. Basu, to enlighten us on this. So we can't hear you. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Okay.
Dr. Basure, if you want, yeah, you just have
can you see and hear me now? Can you see and hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Dr. Maiti and Mrs. Cecil for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Today, I'm going to talk on a very interesting topic. And if anybody has questions, don't hesitate to get back. So what does this mean? I mean, very simple. Who are we? What is God? What is this universe? Why do we exist? Why do I call myself conscious and maybe not call a rock conscious or a tree conscious? So that's the question that we are trying to answer. Me, as Dr. Cecil had said, is a physician, so basically a scientist. I'm a physician scientist. We do a lot of research on the frontiers of cardiology as well as on yoga. But then I've been practicing yoga and meditation for over 40 years now. So I started when I was pretty young, and in one of the world's most powerful system. As you know, after Swami Vivekananda introduced yoga to the West, the next most powerful person was Paramahansa Yogananda. And that has been a very powerful tradition in entire West. Today, we know almost every corner of USA. There are millions who practice yoga, meditation, vegetarianism, some form of Advaita Vedanta and Indian sort of practices. So it's important to understand where we come now. Where are we as far as the basic concepts of us being human beings, having this universe, maybe a creator? Where are we? So I'm going to take you through this interesting journey, both putting up the scientific angle as well as putting up the yogi angle, and then I'll let you decide what you think is the best. So modern science believe in reductionism. So what is reductionism? Reductionism means that if there's a brain Brain should be made responsible for everything, and we can see, we can talk, we can hear only because of the brain. And we are conscious because we have the brain. This gentleman, I think a lot of you, especially people in science, have heard his name. Francis Crick. He got the Nobel Prize for discovering the DNA, the basic genetic makeup of every living organism on Earth. So this is what he said: consciousness is just a bundle of nerve firing. So a bunch of nerves in your head fires, and that's why you're conscious. So your sorrows, your ambition, your sense of personal identity, your free will, none of them are as important as you think they are. They are only a bunch of neurons firing, a bunch of chemicals inside your brain, a bunch of molecules working together, and that's where you are. Unfortunately, this has still remained the basic concept of consciousness in science. And the name given to it is neuronal correlates of consciousness. Or in other words, it's the brain and its functioning and some of its nerve which work together, which is responsible for you and me being conscious, or a snake being conscious, a reptile being conscious, but a rock being unconscious. So brain functioning brings consciousness. Human brain functioning dictates consciousness. That's what science thinks. But let's understand a couple of things that we have understood in the last couple of years as there's been advancement of surgery. People have, so the brain, as you know, is a big organ, as you can see here. And then there's a long spinal cord which goes from the top of the brain to the back. So if you cut off the entire spinal cord and try to see, people still are conscious. They don't lose their consciousness. Then if you cut off the first part of the brain, this is called the prefrontal cortex, this part of the brain completely, people are still conscious, okay? So spine is gone, prefrontal cortex is gone, still conscious. What about connecting the nerves here? There are over 200 million nerves that connect between the left and the right side of your brain. So that must be responsible for consciousness, because that's a super highway taking information from one part of the brain to the other. As you know, all humans have two brains, the left and the right brain. If I am a right-hander, my left brain is dominant, and those who are left-handers, their right brain is dominant. So one is a non-dominant brain for me, one is a dominant brain for me. And this 200 million neuron is the super highway that connects them. So that must be responsible for consciousness. Okay, but people have cut that 1,000 times. In epileptic surgery, the corpus callosum is the first thing that you need cut. So your 200 million nerve axons were completely cut. Did the patient lose consciousness? Not a bit. They're as conscious as they were. So the question is, where is consciousness? And that's where the medicine, that's where science is struggling now. Let's go back to the Vedic concept. And the Vedic concept, and then we'll go back, spring back into science to understand what Vedas have said thousands of years back. So the universe is one connected whole. Nothing in the universe is not in connection with each other. Vivekananda at least told this in one of his London lectures. But obviously a philosopher like Vivekananda saying has got no scientific meaning. People think this is just some rambling of a philosopher who has no scientific basis. But now we know that's not true. As you all know, Einstein himself was proved wrong. Einstein said the fastest thing in the universe is light. So if you have to connect to the next star, it can take as much as 4.5 years, because that is the time light takes to go from the sun to the Alpha Centauri, which is the next star. And you cannot, there's no other medium in the universe that can go faster than light. But in a famous set of experiments, Einstein was proved wrong. And that stunned him. He said, God does not play dice. This cannot be true. But there's a famous set of experiments. We'll not go into that proved Einstein wrong many times. And then there's a famous quote by Swami Vivekananda which says, logic and causations are windows to the absolute. But once inside the absolute, there is no logic, there is no causation. You can talk of 2 kgs and 200 kgs when you're in the finite world. But in the infinite world, 2000 and 202 are all same. It has no meaning. Let's understand this. This is called quantum entanglement through this movie.
Quantum mechanics shows us that reality is merely an illusion. It has been more than 100. Quantum mechanics shows us that reality is merely an illusion. It has been more than 100 years since we started decoding the universe at the tiniest scale. Over the years, we have discovered several intriguing phenomena in quantum physics, but the most interesting is quantum entanglement. This is such a mind-boggling reality that even Albert Einstein doubted its existence. He called it spooky action at a distance. To get an idea of how quantum entanglement works, consider this simple example. Suppose you have a pair of gloves, and you place two of them in two different boxes. After that, you shuffle the boxes and ask your friend to open one of the boxes. If he opens the box and finds a right-handed glove, then without opening the second box, you know that it contains a left-handed glove. This will remain true even if you take the second box to the moon or anywhere in the universe. That's because the two gloves were entangled entities and had a connection between them. One was right-handed and the other was left-handed. But things become spooky when you try to apply this principle to particles in the quantum realm. Particles have an intrinsic property called spin. Before you measure it, it can be in any direction. To measure the spin, first you need to specify the direction in which you wish to measure it. If you want to measure it horizontally, then the two possible outcomes will be left-handed or right-handed. If you wish to measure it vertically, then the two outcomes would be either up or down. Consider the spin of two particles. As mentioned earlier, before measurement it can point in any direction. Let's now measure the spin of one particle along the horizontal direction. Then the measured spin will be either right or left, each having a 50% chance. Even if you select the second particle for measurement, you will get the same results, 50% right and 50% left. However, if the particles are entangled just like the gloves, see what happens. If you measured the spin of the first particle and found it right, then the outcome of the second particle will be 100% left. So, the information of measurement got to the second particle the moment the first measurement was made. And here's the spooky thing. This information is transmitted instantaneously. If you make the measurement in one part of the universe, the quantum information can be sent to the entangled particle instantaneously, even in the opposite part of the cosmos. Remember, traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second, light is the fastest thing in the universe. But quantum entanglement is independent of it. So far, it was believed that quantum entanglement is purely a quantum phenomenon. However, scientists have recently observed this spooky action on a macroscopic scale. Entanglement is actually a correlation between two things. In the experiment, two teams of scientists crafted two aluminum drums of a red blood cell size. Each of these drums has roughly 1 trillion atoms. They placed them on a crystal chip and supercooled the setup to near absolute zero. Finally, they hit both the drums with microwaves. Struck by the microwaves, each drum vibrated, rising up and down by about the width of a proton. This minuscule motion was detectable as a change in the voltage of a circuit connected to the drums. When the drums are entangled, their amplitudes will be correlated. If one drum is measured to have a high amplitude, the other must have a low amplitude. The experiment was set up so meticulously that there was no way the drums could communicate with each other mechanically. The microwaves served as the intermediary that lets them talk to each other. You might be wondering what the purpose of such experiments is. As things become large, they no longer exhibit exotic quantum behavior. The goal of such investigations is to bring something big into the quantum realm. The applications range from quantum computers to problems in physics that require subatomic precision, such as the detection of dark matter or gravitational waves. But perhaps the most compelling aspect of the work, beyond any applications, is that it simply brings us closer to.
So it's very clear that the whole universe is actually connected one whole. It's not a philosophical statement, that's the truth. And the other concept is, which is now getting more and more clear, is what do you see, what do you feel? None of that is true. And possibly that's what our philosophers told us is the Maya or the virtual reality. The reality is the mind makes you see it. Your mind decides what to see it. almost 200 years back, Swami Vivekananda said the same thing. The whole world is in our own minds. Learn to see things in proper light. If we look at quantum theory, you will see clearly that if you are seeing an electron does not exist. It's just a probability. The moment you try to see something, it becomes into existence. So that's why John Wheeler, one of the most famous scientists from the quantum physics, says no phenomena is a real phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon. When you, the observer, observe it, it becomes a real phenomenon. So the whole world is something else, but what you're seeing and what you're feeling is coming into existence because you're seeing it. There's a famous book called The Autobiography of a Yogi. I don't know how many of you read the book. It's by Paramahansa Yogananda. So this is one book that Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, had in his iPad. Only one book he had. And he said that in his famous lecture in Stanford. And every year he read that book because every year he got inspiration from that book. So when Steve Jobs died, in his funeral, all the visitors were given a copy of that book, including the President of America. At that time, Obama was the President of America. Even he was given a copy of this book, Autobiography of a Yogi. Here it says clearly that this is Babaji, the founding father of the Kriya Yoga, who creates a huge palace in midst of jungle inside the Himalayas. So trying to explain that, he says that people who can control through deep meditation, after ages of meditation, they can control the energy or the prana. They can create anything because matter creates energy, energy creates matter. I don't know how many of you know that. If you have an atomic explosion or an atom bomb is where matter is transformed into energy. That is the living proof that matter transforms into energy. But recently, they also showed that based on Einstein's equation, E is equal to mc squared, energy can also be transformed into matter. They produce a subatomic particle from just energy. So the whole cosmos is materialized through the thought of the creator. That's what Vedanta said. So even your thought is powerful, and we'll go to that shortly. Sri Aurobindo says this, all is consciousness at various level of its own manifestation. The universe is gradation of planes of consciousness. Scientists have occasionally joined the ranks of the mystic. That's true. Some of the world's topmost scientists, cosmologists, they believe in Advaita Vedanta. I'm not talking of any religion, whether it's Hinduism, Christianity, Islam. Religion is secondary, it has got no importance. I'm talking of the science. The problem with Advaita Vedanta is it's highly esoteric. 90% people in India even don't understand it. But some of the biggest followers of science in the West are a fan of Vedanta for the same reason, because what Vedanta is saying, that's what is getting discovered slowly, one by one, in the realms of physics. Sir Arthur Eddington, again, one of the big names in the quantum physics, says, the stuff of the universe is mind stuff, the source and condition of all physical reality. So the physical reality comes from what you see. We as humans create our own reality. What you see, what you think creates a reality. That's not the real reality. So let's understand why is it important to deconstruct this reductionism in science. So what does reductionism mean? Reductionism means that science believes in having what it sees and trying to explain phenomena based on it. So science sees your brain, and so science is trying to explain that your brain is responsible for consciousness. That is known as reductionism. However, that obviously is fraught with a lot of danger. And this is a beautiful quote from Sierso, 44 BC, 44 years before the birth of Christ, where he says, why do you insist the universe is not conscious intelligence when it gives birth to conscious intelligences? Really important statement. Thousands of conscious intelligences are born out of this universe, and you think universe is a dead, non-conscious one. So now it is clearly established that there's a clear link in the subatomic states and observation by conscious observer. You see something does not exist, but it starts existing when you see it. So you as the observer creates consciousness, creates reality. And this is not something new. Ashwagosha, the 7th century Buddhist scholar, as you know, Buddhism is very close. The basic concepts of Buddhism, other than few things about God and other things, very subtle things, is very close to Advaita Vedanta. Buddhism is no religion. Buddhism as a religion started almost 400 years after Buddha died. But what Buddha tried to do was he wanted to purify Hinduism at that time, because Hinduism was fraught with a lot of rituals, and he wanted to take back Hinduism to its pristine glory of Advaita Vedanta without having all these rituals. And so he said this: be it clearly understood that space is nothing but a mode of particularization. It has no real existence of its own. So all these things that you see, Earth, universe, stars, and huge place inside, they are not empty spaces. They are filled with particles, they're filled with vibration, they are filled with subatomic particle existing or not existing depending on your thought. When you want to see something, it comes into existence. When you don't want to see something, it does not come into existence. So even if we take science, we find reductionism doesn't work. Why? So we see less than 1/1,000,000th of 1% of the cosmos with the view of the latest telescopes, which includes the radio telescope that we now have, which is much bigger and much powerful than Hubble, which is the physical optical telescope. So you only see a small fraction. Now, universe is supposed to be spatially infinite. So if the universe is infinite, then its inventory is infinite. So the point is that if you can only see a small percent of something that is infinite, you're seeing almost nothing. So even based on science, the sample size is so small that you cannot say that what you're seeing is reality at all. As all of you who are scientists here, I guess there may be a couple of people here who have done research or who are interested in research. This is not a complex subject. This is something that even a class 8 or 9 or a 10-year student will understand, that in science, you have to show that there has to be a distinct sample size. You have to either take 30 patient or 60 patient or 200 patient to prove something, or 200 grams of something to prove something. So a particular amount is minimum needed to prove something or disprove something. That's called the sample size. Here, the sample itself is infinite, and you have less than 1% view of the so-called sample. So how come you are claiming that you know the entire truth? Obviously, you don't. So that's where the other place where reductionism failed. So now let's step back and understand what is the Upanishadic interpretation of consciousness, which unfortunately or fortunately goes in consonance with some of the latest theories in quantum physics today. So behind the flux of our mood, emotion, mental state, there is an eternal reality that is indicated by the self or Atma. Yes, the mood, emotion, mental states are all created by your brain, because your brain is meant to keep you alive in this world. It is meant to steer you through this world. So it picks up its experience, it picks up everything, and it provides those information to you so that you can live a standard life in this universe. But brain cannot be a source of consciousness. Brain only makes you conscious to that extent that you need to be a human being. For example, I'm talking to you. How do I know I'm talking? I'm in a single room. There's not even a single person here, and I'm talking to a computer and a camera. Am I stupid? Am I dumb? So what is happening? So what is happening is this, and that's what the brain does, and it's very important that we understand that. My eyes are picking up the light rays coming from the camera and the computer and sending it to the back of my brain called area 1890. My eyes does not see. My eyes are two receptors that just pick up the light and send it to the brain. My brain is analyzing that light and seeing that a person, that is me, talking to the computer and a camera in an empty room. And I'm thinking I'm talking to hundreds of people or thousands of people or tens of people or fives of people. So am I stupid? So the area 1819 in the brain sends information to area 41, 42 in the temporal lobe and asks, what the heck is going on? Why is he talking in an empty room? He's supposed to talk to a lot of people. So area 41, 42 then tells him, no, you're talking through Zoom to people who may be all over the world. But when you're talking to the computer relays it. That's not complicated. So the brain is like a computer. It needs multiple stations to tell it. Suppose tomorrow you buy a brand new computer or you buy a brand new laptop and you have no software in that. Try opening a Microsoft Word. Will it open? No. It will ask you what do you want to open this. If you have Microsoft Word, you can open it. If you do not, you don't open it. So it's not that the computer is incapable of opening it, but computer needs the pathway to open it. That's what the brain is. Just like the computer needs the Microsoft software to open a Microsoft document, your brain is an instrument that provides you with those information that you need to live on Earth. It is not the ultimate seat of consciousness. Actually, it possibly limits your consciousness, because if every person was given the power to see the whole universe, he'll go mad, he'll go crazy. So it protects you by giving you what you need and closing off what you do not need. What do I mean by that? Say, for example, a male whale can connect with a female whale thousands of miles apart using subsonic wave. Or a dog at night can hear the footstep of a thief, because dog can hear up to 0 hertz. Humans can only hear between 20 to 20,000 hertz. So you cannot hear subsonic waves, but a whale can connect with another whale using subsonic wave. Is whale superior to human being? No, they are much inferior to human being. But still, why have they got that power? They have got that power because they need that power for their existence. You don't have that power, but you have got other power because you need those for your existence, to live as a human. But thinking that what science is thinking today, and that's why there are many top scientists who don't believe with what science is thinking, that a brain is responsible for consciousness, doesn't work. And this is the simple reason. So, so in the backdrop of the world, the whole world, universe is supposed to be a conscious element. You can call it Brahma, you can give it a name, you don't give it a name, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that the reality of the entire universe is subjected to filtering so that you get to understand your own reality. That doesn't mean that your reality is the reality of the entire universe. A snake will have its own reality. A dog will have its own reality. A dog sees black and white, so dog doesn't see color. So that's its own reality. A tiger will see its own reality. A tiger cannot have a human brain, then there will be a big problem. It will get crazy. So similarly, based on your development on the earth, each animal has got its own brain. We are animals too. We have our own brain. And our brain is made to that capacity that helps us live in this world. Now, the concept of the universe, that the whole universe is one and it's a powerful flux of consciousness, is not new. There's a very interesting situation with Bhrigu, which I'd like to say, because this is really very, very interesting. And this is how Upanishad explains very simple concepts, but which are extremely powerful. And in fact, some of these are so powerful that you really have to be some of the world's topmost scientists to understand these concepts. So, so Bhrigu goes to his father after years of meditation and says, Father, I looked at everything, but I could not find anything. I couldn't find Brahma. What should I do? So his father, Savana, says, okay, Savana says, go ahead, concentrate on materialistic things, then you will get Brahma. So then he goes into deep meditation for ages and goes and gets his mind over everything that is material. And after years of meditation, he again runs back to his father and said, Father, I've done everything and I cannot find Brahma. So then his father says, okay, concentrate on the energy of the universe, that is the prana, and you will get consciousness. You will understand Brahma, because Brahma is the ultimate consciousness. So then he concentrates on prana, and then he gets extremely powerful, because prana is the energy. If you can control energy, you can control the whole universe. I mean, that's why Patanjali Yoga Sutra comes. Patanjali Yoga Sutra talks of multiple miracles that you can do. Those miracles are not, they might seem like miracles. They are not miracles. You're using your energy. We have heard miracles in many things. Jesus walked over water. People think it's a good story. It's not a story, because the reason is the fact that people could walk over water has been documented in multiple religions. You know, when Shankaracharya was there in Godavari and there was flood in Godavari, Shankaracharya called one of his favorite disciples who was on the other side of the river. And that disciple was not even, was so much, pulled by the call of his guru that he just walked. He didn't realize that he's walking over the Godavari. Which is water, and so that's why he was called Paddapada, that is the lotus feet, because every time he walked on the water, there was a lotus coming up and supporting him. The question is, your whole body is a mass of energy. This flesh that you see, the bones that you see, they are all matters, but they are matter that has been converted from energy. With years of meditation, you get that power. So neither is what Jesus doing a miracle, neither is these people doing a miracle. We call that miracle because we don't see it in daily life, but that happens everywhere, and we'll give you some of the examples where it is. In Paramahansa Yogananda's book, there's a very, very interesting story, and we'll talk about that. But before, let me get you this understanding. So prana, or Bhrigu then goes back after capturing prana to his father Sravana and says, hey father, I got material, I got prana, I can do so many miracles, but I still don't know where Brahma is. So then he says, concentrate on your mind and you will get Brahma. So this is what it is. The whole universe is created by your mind. So if you limit your mind, that's why Swami Vivekananda said that if you want something, if your mind wants something, if you think something, if every blood vessel of your body thinks it, if every blood cell of your body thinks something, the world's most powerful God cannot stop you. You are so powerful. So it's your mind, it's your thought process. If you start thinking, oh, I'm so weak, I am capable of doing anything, and the whole world is against me, God has given me all this pain. God has no time to give you all the pain. Everybody is part of God. Everybody is part of the universe. You are as important to him as he himself. So the pain has been not given by any God who has no time to sit and give you pain, make you rich, make you an industrialist, and make another of your brethren sitting in front of a railway station begging. God has no time to do that. Everybody is equal. So it's our thought, how we do, and things like that finally determines. So based on Upanishad, there are 4 stages of consciousness. I'll not go into the details, but I'll just give you the basic concepts. So the 4 is, one is the first 1/4, which is what we call the waking state. I am awake, you're awake. This is the world, this is the universe I know. I'm on Earth. There are maybe millions of planets with alien life like this. There are millions of stars. There are millions of universes. There's not only one universe, multiple universes. There may be multiple dimensions. I mean, the next to me may be a huge, and this is a new concept in science, but this has been there for 10,000 years in Hindu philosophy, that there are multiple universes. Ashok Ghosha actually in one of his writings writes that there are, it's like a network where there are multiple existences. So this is unfortunately not discovered for the first time by modern scientists. This has been invented by rishis long ago. And I'm not only saying that. Werner Heisenberg, the father of quantum physics, along with Niels Bohr, said this. He said, what we are discovering today are but inventions. So he's saying what we are discovering today, very important, what we are discovering today are but inventions, because they have been discovered by Hindu rishis long back. So these people who we call as spiritual leaders, rishis, they are not just meditators, they are scientists. So what is the difference between today's scientists and them? Today's scientists go to the lab, do experiment, and they come to understand the truth. But these meditators, these spiritualists, people like Buddha, they sit, they meditate, and they understand the truth of the universe. It's 2 different processes, but the end point is same. It's like you see a tree and say, oh, this is the tree, this is the branch, this is the leaf, these are the roots which is holding it to the ground. Whereas the scientist will say, oh, this is a cell. Oh, the cell is part of the root. So then the root, and then he goes up and finds the root comes up and gives rise to a trunk. Oh, this is the trunk. And the trunk gives rise to branches. And then branches gives rise to leaves. And then he says, oh, this is a whole tree. That's right also. There's nothing right and there's nothing wrong. There are 2 different ways of establishing the same truth. One is by those people who are meditators, yogi, and other is by those who are scientists. And it's not that the scientists always did this. In fact, 20th century scientists do the opposite. How? Einstein said many times that he didn't go to the lab to decide that light is the fastest traveling thing or the light bends due to gravity. It just came as a thought. Same with Tesla. Tesla, as you know, had long discussions with Swami Vivekananda. Tesla said he just went into trance and he understood the truth of the universe. So even a lot of scientists today get to understand things by going into different trance or different mood where they are in the higher level of consciousness. So trance means you're going into higher level of consciousness by accident. Whereas these rishis, after going into samadhi over and over again, they don't go over there by accident. They can go there whenever they wish. So the second quarter of our existence is the dream state or taijasa, which is where we dream. The third is called prajna, which is a state of dreamless sleep. I'm not sure if that is equal to REM sleep. In modern medicine, that's called the REM sleep. There may be other states which we don't understand. As you know, our research on brain is still in an infancy. And the fourth is turiya, which is the state of super consciousness. Turiya is a state where the light is, you get the light on. And once the light is on, you are in term with the whole universe. You understand what the universe is. What is the creation? Who are you? Who is God? What? And everything's become clear. That is the state of ultimate existence. So in Hindu philosophy also, there is different concepts of samadhi. And again, it's very important to understand that these are all part of science. These are not any, I'm not talking of any particular religion when I'm talking about this. These thoughts have come in India and Bharat for thousands of years by people who are extremely powerful spiritual leaders and scientists, not some of the types you see today, but the real powerful leaders who have all gone into samadhi, and that's where they get all these powers. And this is not there in one religion, this is there in many religions. And there's one root cause. Most of these people have gone into samadhi and got into higher state of existence, things like turiya, and that's why they understood the functioning of this universe. So it's important to understand that how powerful our brain is so that it can create your reality. As I said, if I suddenly gave you the power to see the whole universe, you'll get crazy. So God cannot do that. Our brain is created in a way that it can take care of your reality and make you successfully swim through this universe. So it is just think of our eyes, vision. It has 1 trillion nerve connections in the brain just for seeing vision, just for seeing the fact that I have a laptop in front of me. There's a camera which is taking my picture and sending it to you. Not even sending it to you, just this is formed inside my brain, but it is formed inside my brain opposite, not the way your head is my foot, your foot is my head. It is opposite inside the brain. Then the brain rebuilds the circuit to the real circuit as I'm actually seeing in this world. So eyes are taking it, sending it to the brain. The brain creates the first image is opposite. So everybody is standing on their head and their legs up, and then we convert it. So this is very important to understand that we think all that we do, everything's are same. That's not true. Suppose I and you both go together to see the ocean, and the sun is setting. It's a beautiful orange. You see the ocean, beautiful, calm, large ocean, Pacific Ocean, and the sun is setting in California. So you tell me it looks beautiful. Isn't that orange? I said, yes, that's so beautiful orange. But do you think I'm seeing the same orange as you are seeing? No. Why? Because to see that particular strain of orange, I might be having 400 neurons activated in my brain. You may be having 300 neurons activated. So the shade of orange you are seeing may be different from mine. Mine may be a little more yellow, yours may be a little more red. But since we know that that type of color is generally called orange, we both agree they are orange. That doesn't mean we are seeing the same shade, because a different brain, different pathway is being used by both of us to see the same color. So what every one of us see is different. That's why it is important to understand that you're creating your own reality. If you want to create a positive reality, you want to be successful, you want to achieve something, you have to create it. You can't sit and cry, oh, God did not give me this, oh, God did not give this. You're the God, you're the most powerful entity in this universe. That's what Vivekananda said. You can achieve everything you want. God is there to be part of you because you and him are the same. That's the core of Advaita philosophy. The core of Advaita philosophy is the universe starts in the one place and ends in one place. In between, there are all this creation, you, me, and all this. But we start at the same place, we end at the same place. So everything in the universe is part of you, and you're part of the universe. So we may be divided by skulls. You have a different skull, I have a different skull, you have a different body, I have a different body. But that's virtual reality, that is Maya. But in the true sense of consciousness, all our skulls are combined. And I'll give you a real life experience of that I had for many, many, many years. I was a pretty small, pretty kid when I started meditation. And then I got Diksha also pretty young. And when I got Diksha, my guru asked me, would I like to take Diksha on a particular god or goddesses? I said, no, I don't believe in god and goddesses. I want to take Diksha on the infinite. So that's what he gave me. And Kriya Yoga is one of those very powerful technique where when you practice Kriya, the amount of energy you have staying on earth for 1 year, you can get that in 5 minutes. That's why it's so powerful. And that's what we do also in part of American Academy of Yoga and Meditation. We try to foster the science of yoga, the medicine behind yoga, how to make each of us more powerful. We do classes, we do conferences, we take physical workshop, how you can convert yourself to be the most powerful being on earth. That is what the job of the organization that I work for is. So so after taking my Diksha for many years, I mean, I had my guru sitting on a bed, I may be sitting on the floor, maybe 20, it's a huge room, 20, 25 feet away. And I'd just think something and he would give me an answer. I wouldn't even talk to him. I wouldn't even ask him. I'd just think and he'll give me an answer. So that shows that our thoughts, our process, nothing is limited by the fact that you have a different skull and I have a different skull. They're all connected at one level. All these are just virtual reality. So, so how do we achieve this power? This is where Patanjali explains in his Yoga treatise that Chitta Vritti Nirodha, what is yoga? So the problem with us is that our mind is filled with a lot of thoughts. My friend has got a Mercedes, why can't I get a Mercedes? My friend has got a latest Artiga, why can't I buy a Artiga? My friend is same as me, but he has got promotion, has become the chief of the company, or he's become the board of trustee, or he's the director, or he's the principal of this institution. Why can't I be the principal? Why can't I be the board of trustee? This guy has done that, that guy has done that. So your mind has no time to concentrate. Your mind is constantly thinking. Sit down for meditation today. If you're untrained mind, you'll see billions of thoughts coming. Not only will thought come, you'll have lost hours thinking before you realize that your thoughts are coming. So there's no time for your brain to concentrate. So we need to get rid of this. And the way to get rid of this is yoga and meditation. What yoga and meditation does, it cleanses your brain. But cleaning the brain is not enough. There is your subconsciousness that constantly supplies these thoughts. So you have to get rid of that. How do we develop this subconsciousness? Through Vedanta believes through multiple births. That the fact that somebody is a beggar today and somebody is super rich, it is not that the God has been specially nice to that person and made him maybe a Tata Birla or whatever, and made you a poor guy struggling to get your daily food. No, God can do that. God cannot be that harsh. It is this multiple birth that your Vedanta believes that you're responsible for your next birth. What you do in your next birth, you're responsible. All the samskaras that you create are stored inside your body. It's supposed to be stored in the lowest part of the body, in between where your spinal cord ends, and that is medically called the coccyx. At that point, we have a chakra called the Muladhara chakra, and that Muladhara chakra is a repository of all your previous birth. So once you reach Samadhi like Buddha did, he could say all his previous birth, what he was, who he was, he could say. Take, for example, America, a country where people did not believe in rebirth. Today, according to PEW, which is one of the largest organization that does interviewing mass interviews of people, 3/4 of Americans believe in rebirth. Why? Because they have got Americans who's 4 years old speaking in Arabic and telling people that he lived in a small village in Lebanon and this was his name. This is where he lived. And they went back and he checked. There's no way a 4-year-old guy, even if his parents, and his parents are totally American, they have nothing, they don't even know where Arab is, they don't even know where Lebanon is, had no time to teach their son English, leave alone teaching them Arabic. and they themselves did not know Arabic. And there are hundreds and thousands. In India, people have been found out who said they were speaking Urdu because last birth he was born in a village 200 miles from where he is now in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Now he's born in western Uttar Pradesh, and this is what his name was. So you have to understand that that's where the samskaras are. So all the previous birth, even in this birth, all the samskaras are there stored, and that creates the wave. Exactly how Vivekananda says. He gives a very, very beautiful example. Your brain is like a monkey jumping around. You got to still the monkey. Or it is like a pond. The pond with clear water. There is nothing, you can see the bottom of the pond. Now you start throwing stones at the pond. Go on throwing stones continuously. What happens? There's ripples all over the ponds, and you cannot see the ground. You cannot see the bottom. You cannot see anything inside the water because there's ripples. So your brain is like that, it's rippled with thoughts, hundreds and thousands of millions of thoughts, which not only kills you, gives you all the disease. Now we know that each thought has got a physical equivalent. What does that mean? Your brain releases chemicals which goes inside your body. Your brain activates nerves which causes release of chemical inside your body that might give rise to cancer. That certainly gives rise to heart attack. That certainly gives rise to what is known as sudden cardiac death, one of the most powerful cause of death. Every 2 minutes, somebody in the Western Hemisphere dies due to something called sudden cardiac death. And now we know some of these have got a brain connection too. Brain releases chemical which cause severe destruction inside the body. And so our thoughts are not restricted to the brain. Our thoughts percolate all over our body. For 2000 years, medicine did not believe this. Medicine thought brain is separate, body is separate. They might have some connection, but there is no deep connections. But Advaita Vedanta said they are both one. They are connecting with each other every second, every minute, every millisecond. And that's true now. Everything your body does goes to your brain. Everything your brain does goes to your body. It is one single whole. So what your brain, you have a negative thought, your chance of getting heart attack increases. Your chance of, if you already have a cancer, your chance of spreading cancer increases. If you're sad, if you're depressed, because what happens is whenever you have these thoughts, your brain tries to get more efficient in those thoughts. What does that mean? If you are depressed, your brain will create more nerves that will make you stay depressed. If you are an anxiety type of individual, your brain will create more nerves that will make you more anxious. That's why I tell my people who I teach meditation that give me 4 weeks of regular practice, I can change your brain, and that's called neuroplasticity. So human consciousness is, as I said, a temporary, a limited consciousness. To reach the universal consciousness, you have to come to the stage which is called samadhi, where you increase the power of your brain. If I tell you I'm going to give you 5 liters of milk, you cannot bring a small bowl and say, or a cup and say, hey, Dr. Basure, here is a cup, can you pour 5 liters of milk? I cannot. Similarly, a brain that has to take the consciousness of the whole universe cannot be a human brain. It has to be the super brain. It has to be the brain of Buddha. It has to be the brain of Jesus Christ. It cannot be a human brain. So these are human beings too who have achieved that superhumanness because of their practice, where they are, what they did with their life. So consciousness, as we know through research, there's a very famous paper actually in Neuroscience which actually showed there's some theory that when people go into deep meditation, the brain wave changes. For example, I'm talking to you, most of my brain has got a fast wave called beta waves, which is non-functioning brain. But the part of the brain that is working, the area 18 and 19, the area 41, 42 that I talked with you, they have very slow waves called alpha waves. If I've been a meditator for many waves, if I do EEG, I might find even slower waves called delta waves, gamma. Some people, Roger Davidson did talk on in Wisconsin of multiple yogis and rishis who have practiced meditation for 15, 20 years. And he showed that they have even slower waves called gamma waves. So what these people did is they took unconscious people and created gamma waves in their brain. And what they found is the so-called unconscious people could actually see lucid dreams when their brain was targeted with gamma waves. So it looks like people believe that gamma waves may be responsible for consciousness. Only deep meditators achieve gamma waves. we haven't had Ramakrishna or other people of that stature to do brainwaves. We have just had common people or people who have meditated for 10, 15 years. Even in their brain, we found massive changes. So imagine the amount of changes that would have been in the brains of Buddha, Jesus Christ, or Ramakrishna. This is another journal article which shows that people with deep meditators can actually induce gamma synchrony, and that is the gamma waves on both sides of their brain. Now we always think, okay, we are so sophisticated. We have sent people to the moon. We are sending things to the Mars. Maybe America is planning to send people to the Mars in the next couple of years. India is going to send a manned mission to moon. We are so developed. We have a car which can drive by itself. Tesla's car can drive by itself. We have so many satellites, but we are nothing. And the next, my friend, will show you how powerful a single leaf is. Imagine the technology. It will take us 200 years or maybe even more to just develop the technology of a pure, simple leaf. Let's look at this movie.
The leaf, it turns out, is a remarkable piece of technology. Light lands on a leaf in quantum energy packets called photons. Every second it spends in bright sunlight brings a leaf thousands of trillions of photons. And almost every one of the red ones is captured and its energy processed. Let's trace the path of that energy through the plant. The first stop is the antenna, an assembly of hundreds of thousands of chlorophyll molecules. Hit by the photon, an electron within the chlorophyll will become excited and use the extra energy to bounce through the antenna to a bridging area. This is composed of a complicated arrangement of chlorophyll molecules. You can imagine it as an intertwined maze of roped bridges that, if you can find the path through, lead to the all-important reaction center. Once at the reaction center, the electron creates a permanently separated charge that is essentially energy that can be stored. It's the same thing that makes a fully charged battery such a useful source of power. At that point, the energy is safe and properly stored, ready for use by the plant. There's just one catch. The reaction center is a nearly impossible place to reach. Getting through the bridging area is a nightmare, and it has to be done quickly. The maze of wobbly rope bridges will absorb all the photon's energy if it takes too long to find the reaction center. A packet of energy has about 1 nanosecond to get across the bridge. Some might chance upon the right path and make it through in time. Most, though, won't. This is where the quantum tricks and Gregory Scholl's research team comes in. Their conclusion? Our results suggest that the energy of absorbed light resides in 2 places at once. This weird phenomenon is officially known as quantum superposition. It is written into the mathematics of quantum theory, which describes the position of a particle only in terms of probabilities of finding it in various different places. In certain circumstances, the particle can occupy multiple positions at once. And it turns out that to achieve the remarkable efficiency of photosynthesis, algae and their evolutionary descendants, plants, employ quantum superposition so that the energy can simultaneously travel along all possible paths to the reaction center. That way, it always gets there on time. As far as we understand it, when a photon of sunlight hits a leaf, its energy is passed to electrons within the leaf's chlorophyll molecules. Those excited electrons move to the reaction center not by random hops, as was thought, but by exploiting their quantum mechanical ability to take all available paths at the same time. It's such an exciting discovery because it raises the possibility that we could do the same. If the messy world of biology can exploit this quantum mechanical trick to the maximum by evolutionary trial and error, perhaps we can deliberately engineer the same feats to occur in our own solar panels.
So this is really interesting that as you understood that basically the electron behaves as if it's in the two places at the same time. It's not that the electron is hitting one part of the leaf and then physically has to go to the reaction center, which is like maybe 300 miles, maybe even 1,000 miles apart. Because remember, electron is so small. So a leaf is maybe one side of the leaf to the other side of the leaf, maybe 10,000 miles compared to the size of the electron. So it has to go there within 1 nanosecond, as you heard. So physically going there is impossible. So it can only go there if it exists in both the places at the same time. This looks like miracle. I mean, how can this be true? And we have the same story in Autobiography of a Yogi, where Paramahansa Yogananda, as a kid, he's sent to Benares to look for somebody. So he goes to Benares and meets up with a sage and says that my father has sent me, he wants me to meet this Mr. X. So the sage says, no worries, just sit down, my son. He'll be coming this way only. So he sits down in front of that sage. That sage is sitting down too. He's not moving. He's constantly talking with Paramahansa Yogananda. At that time, he was just a small kid. He was not Paramahansa Yogananda. So he was just sitting there and talking. After some time, he hears footsteps. And then this man who he sees is the man who he actually wanted to meet up. So both of them then leave, and then he has a curiosity. He asks him that, how do you know that I'm sitting there? He asked this man, Mr. X. Mr. X says, no, I didn't know that you're sitting there. Why he came to me to tell me, the sage he's talking about came to me, I was taking a bath in the Ganges. He came to me and said, so-and-so is waiting in my office. Why don't you come and he wants to meet you. Why don't you come? So that's called a saint with two bodies. So yes, in the macro level, it may be possible, because we do not know what happens with the higher energy. At higher energy, and this is not only a simple leaf which is doing it. Science has always said that plants are way behind human beings, or animals are way ahead. That's not true. Now we come to understand that. When Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose first showed that the plant has life, people did not believe it, that they just have life. Their expression may be different from you and me. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't make them more dumb and you and me more intelligent. You can now see who's more dumb and who's more intelligent. They use the world's most powerful method to create energy. If we had even 1/1,000,000th of that power that all these leaves use, a simple leaf, the grass on whom you walk, your feet walks every day, killing thousands of those grasses. Each of them are factory of super intelligence, as you can see from this movie. So it's important and that's why the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta said, respect everything. Just because you do not know, that doesn't mean that doesn't exist. Science has its own limitation and science is progressing. There was a time when science said that the earth is round, earth is the center of the universe, the whole world goes around it. And that's what everybody believed, including religion. And then we understood, and for saying that Galileo was almost sent to the gallows, for saying, no, the sun is the center of the earth and earth goes around the sun. And then we now know even sun is not the center. There's a center of the galaxy and the sun goes around it. We don't know. Maybe they may be center of these multiple universes. We don't know what is. We have no, as I said, we have less than 1/1,000,000th of a capacity to see the universe around us. So we do not know what is beyond. We don't even know what is the next universe. Or even if there may be universe just next to us, but on a higher dimension. So you and I cannot see. For example, I'm sitting in this room by myself. How do I know that I don't have Jesus Christ or Swami Vivekananda with me? The reason is because my eyes can only see from 350 to 720 hertz. So I cannot see. So if there's a more powerful being or the higher energy, I can't see him or her. That doesn't mean it does not exist. So human beings, it has to be understood, has got multiple limitations. And that's what the brain is all about. Your brain has made this limitation. Your brain is basically a filter of consciousness so that you can drive through this universe, this birth successfully. But if you want to raise it to the level of understanding the total consciousness, then you have to work for it. Just like you don't have Rambo or Arnold Schwarzenegger develop a massive chest and huge biceps in one day. They had to hit the gym for 20 years. Only then they have those massive biceps and they become huge film stars. Similarly, it all needs dedication. And the gym for the brain is yoga. Yoga, you do yoga 24/7, 365. And that's where you live in meditation, you live in mindfulness. And that's what gets you that powerful brain that makes you be closer to so-called God. I'm going to show you another thing. This is very interesting too.
It can be tempting to think of the brain as a computer. Digital computers process information by harnessing a network of billions of on and off switches called transistors. And for decades, neuroscientists believe the brain functioned in much the same way, with neurons playing the part of these simple switches. In this understanding of the human brain, neurons themselves weren't intelligent. It was the entire network of 100 billion neurons that made the human brain the most advanced information processing machine in the known universe. Or so we thought. In the 1980s, a more complex picture began to emerge. We learned that neurons aren't all the same. When stimulated, individual dendrites can express different voltages. This was the first clue that dendrites could be processing information independently, and that our biological computing system might be more powerful than we thought.
I think I'm nearing my time. So basically now we know it's not only the nerves, but also the nerve length called dendrites. Each of them are supercomputers. So we need this powerful brain to live on this earth. And consciousness, it gives consciousness, but it gives a hue of the consciousness that we need to stay on this earth. It doesn't provide you the whole picture, but yes, it's a super powerful organ, it can. And how can it do? It can do it if you train it to do it. If you train your brain, you can be the most powerful. You can have a Buddha's brain. You can have a Jesus Christ's brain. You can have a Ramakrishna's brain, because their brain is not separate. Their brain is the same as you. Because in the universe, according to Advaita Vedanta, everybody is same. You have to develop that brain, and that brain becomes yours. Now, one of my last slides, we have clinical evidence that consciousness exists outside the body. This is a study done at Hague, where they took patients who were unconscious. 62 of them are unconscious. They had a straight line in their EKG, straight line in their brain, EEG, everything was straight. So basically they were dead. And we call that NDE, or near death experience. Out of that, 62 people actually could recollect what was happening. So though they were theoretically dead, they could recollect. So obviously they didn't have the so-called brain that you and I had. They didn't have the so-called body that you and I have, because those two were dead, but they still had conscious. They could exactly say what the surgeon was talking about. They could exactly say that the anesthetist was jumping on their heart with his hands, trying to compress his heart so they could come back. They could say that his whole body jumped when they shocked him multiple times, trying to get him back alive. He could describe point by point. And how do we know he's right? Because remember, when we try to save somebody who's dying, there's a nurse who takes minute by minute, second by second details as to what was happening. So when it was corroborated, their findings were exactly the same. 41 of these people could exactly say, who were theoretically or practically dead, could exactly say what was happening. So obviously consciousness is something that lives beyond our brain. I'm not going to go into that. We have multiple bodies according to Advaita Vedanta. This physical flesh body that you see is just the one that is meant to stay in this material earth, but there are other bodies. We'll have a discussion another day. This is a very interesting one. I wanted to just show this. This has nothing to do with my talk, but an interesting fact that you might know. Carla Schatz is a professor of neurology at neurobiology at Stanford. So she showed for the first time that babies inside mother's womb actually can cause neuroplasticity, that is changing the brain. So remember, mother's womb is a place which is dark completely. There's no light. Even there, the brain works. I want to bring a very interesting story from Mahabharata just to compare. As you know, Arjun's wife Subhadra, who was the mother of Abhimanyu, was being told how to break into the military formation called Chakravayu. But by the time Arjuna was trying to explain to her how to come out of it, Subhadra fell asleep. So it is said Abhimanyu in her womb knew how to break into the battle formation, but did not know how he came out. So maybe nobody knows. Even so, nowadays there are some believe that even inside mother's womb, when people do yoga or they're meant to hear certain music, it might help developing the brain, baby's brain. We do know neuroplasticity takes place even inside the brain, but science still has to go many miles before we really understand what consciousness is. I will stop with that. I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
That was such a mind-blowing presentation, Dr. Basure. In fact, I have already borrowed in 5 minutes from my next speakers because I really don't want to let you go without asking you one question at least. I want to share something, which I had heard in a conference some time back. So there was the story of this man sleeping, and there was this neuroscientist, and the Swami asks him, so where is consciousness in this person who's sleeping? So he says, no, there's no consciousness there because his mind is asleep. And the Swami laughs and says that according to our Advaita understanding, there is only consciousness there. So just came to my mind listening to you. The one question that I would want to ask you is, to understand the self, we need to transcend the intellect, implying that the self cannot be objectified. What are your thoughts on this?
That's absolutely true. As I said, the whole concept of self is a limited concept that we get after we get birth. We develop that concept, from our parents, from the environment, just like any animal, you develop, though self is a artificial development to live on this earth. So if you want to understand, unless you transcend self, unless you transcend those things that your brain is, so it's like this. So you have a computer which is only, which is a Pentium 1 computer, which is 1970s, or the first Apple computer. You can only have 9 KB of information. So if you want to put a bigger thing, you cannot. So this self is a software that is created for you to remain and understand this universe, save yourself. If you put your hand in a fire, to pull your hand back, otherwise your hand will get burnt. All these is created so that you live a successful life. It is not meant for you to become a Buddha or a Jesus Christ or a Ramakrishna, because that is your basic existence. But God or the Creator has given you the right to go to any extent that you want, because you're part of the creation. So it's on you to do it. So you have to transcend that self of existence, saying, I am Indranil, I am Mary, this is my family. Everybody is your family. This is the unfortunate thing that we learn, because that's what, this is my son, this is my daughter, this is my family, this is my husband, this is what I have to do. And that's why Vivekananda says that if you want to be really selfish, just help others, because then God will come and help you. So that's what I tell my people. I am a very selfish person because I'm trying to help others so I can help myself. So that is true. You have to transcend selfness, because selfness is the one which keeps you in this false identity of you being a poor individual, simple man on earth with no power and nothing. That's not you. You're the most powerful person in this universe, and you can achieve whatever you want. You just have to start thinking like that and you will achieve it.
Absolutely, absolutely. What an enlightening session. Thank you so much, Dr. Basure. And I want to close this session by, quoting Swami Vivekananda. All power is within you. You can do anything and everything. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite our next panelist, our next keynote speaker, I'm so sorry, Eddie Stern.
Hi, Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you absolutely.
I can't start my video until I'm given permission.
Okay, I'll just ask. IT, can you help us with this, please?
Sir, first you start your video in a player and then come to the share screen green button and start with the share screen.
Yes, it does not allow me to start the video.
Sir, turn on your camera.
It is on.
Eddie, we can't see you. I would like to introduce you first before we go into your presentation.
Yeah. It does not allow me to start the video.
IT. Technical support, please help us.
Sir, turn on your video first.
He's saying it is deactivated. He's not able to turn it on from his
Now
side.
I'm able.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay.
So Eddie, are we able to have Dr. Bushell also with us?
No, we are not.
Okay. So once again, welcome to our next discussion today, Yogic Healing to Integrative Health, a Western perspective to this ancient Indian wisdom. Eddie Stern, my very, very dear friend, philosopher, and guide, to whom I fall back to for every kind of advice, and someone who, in spite of being such a huge name, never, and I repeat, never lets me down, who always has time for me and other similar students like me of yoga, a man with a heart of gold. Presenting to you, Eddie Stern, live all the way from New York. Eddie is one of New York's most prolific yoga teachers. He's been called a yogi to the stars for his collaborations with Dr. Deepak Chopra, Madonna, and Gwyneth Paltrow. And his work has been instrumental in bringing the teachings of Ashtanga yoga to the masses. When Eddie is not teaching yoga, he is an author, educator, and a philanthropist. He spent more than a decade working with experts across the disciplinary spectrum to translate the teachings of yoga into insights that inform everything from medicine and healthcare to the science of human flourishing. Thank you so much, Eddie, for joining us at such an early hour from New York. We regard you as the yoga guru at NSHM.
Thank you very much, Mary, for having me, and Anthony as well for having me. It's a delight and honor to be here. My colleague, Dr. William Bushell, is not able to join us, sadly, this morning. So I will give the presentation on my own without him. And a little bit of background on what we will be discussing today is in 2020, after the pandemic was declared, Bill called me up, and this was in April, and said, are there any yoga poses that you know of, or breathing techniques that you think would be useful for dealing with what's happening specifically in the lung region with COVID? Now, Bill's background is interesting. He is a MIT, Harvard, and Columbia affiliated doctor, PhD. He has been studying adepts in India and Tibet for 30 years, and one of the most prolific Western researchers into the yogic and meditative practices of the Tibetans and of the Hindu yogis and the non-Hindu yogis. His study has gone deeply into fields regarding the activities and benefits and effects of melatonin. He is very learned in the interstitium, which is something that Dr. Neil Thies has proposed as a new organ-wide body, and has done a lot of work with Neil. He's one of Neil's colleagues. And so along with Dr. Thies and Dr. Chopra and many others, Bill has really established himself as one of the leading proponents of the efficacy of yoga practices for many different diseases, as well as for high states of consciousness, transformation of consciousness, rejuvenation, longevity, et cetera, et cetera. So Bill came to me and asked for my ideas, and we began what has become a 1.5 year long research project on different practices related to the head and to the different apertures of the body. Okay, so with that introduction, I'm very sorry that Bill is not with us today. I'll do my best to do justice to our work that we've done so far. Okay, so to begin, I'm sorry, just one moment. I need to reduce this. Okay, I'll share my screen again. Okay. So to begin with, the information that we will be presenting, or I'll be presenting on our behalf, is a very inclusive scientific model where we're pulling from different disciplines and different ideas to create something that we feel could be beneficial and that we have tested a little bit so far already in regards to not prevention of COVID, but particularly long-haul COVID recovery, and perhaps prevention, but we're not really making those claims at this point. There's a large number of factors that we've been looking into. The information we're presenting is a hypothesis, so we are welcoming feedback, collaboration, participation, and we would like to be very clear that this is a hypothetical model. It's a suggestion of something that could work, but it requires testing. And that is actually the next phase of what we will be going into as we progress. The information we are presenting is not meant to replace any medical care, the supervision of a doctor, or to replace the wearing of masks, social distancing, or vaccination, or any of the other recommendations that are being made by the governing health mechanisms, such as the CDC or your local governments, etc. So we definitely do not recommend these practices to replace any of the other healthcare practices which are being done at this point. Okay, so that's being said, let's begin. So we are calling this the yoga enhanced proning and yoga for the head in the oral facial cavities. We are using the different anatomical structures that include the intracranial and nasopharyngeal spaces in the insides of the nose and the skull, the different structures and barriers and membranes, and the manipulation of aerodynamic, hydraulic, fluidic, sonic, vibratory, and other forces. Now, all of those terms will be explained. Again, this is a scientific model, so we're using scientific language. And the different sonic vibratory, for example, could be something like the humming sounds that we find in Brahmari pranayama. So each of these things will be defined as we go through, but this is what we are focusing on. Okay, so the purpose behind this particular research project is spurred on by transmissibility. COVID is a highly transmissible virus. And of course, we've seen that because the spread has been so quick and so rapid throughout the world. So we have focused the areas of these practices on the facial cavities and the mechanobiology of these areas because this is our first line of defense for incoming pathogens through the nose, through the eyes, and through the mouth. We are looking at this in a one of the time-honored ways of looking at the fight of disease, which is as a theater of war, that COVID-19 attacks the host through the orifices of the head. The nasal cavities constitute a battleground where any incoming pathogens are met and destroyed at the portal of entry through our adaptive immunity and the production of things like nitric oxide and peptides and things like that, which we will discuss further as well. So, and we see, of course, in many of the itihasas and puranas that that this theater of war is something that occurs in the scriptures quite often, whether it's the Devi Mahatmyam, which is often seen as a symbolic battle between the goddess and the multiple proliferation of asuras, or in Bhagavad Gita, or the many, many different examples of where forces which are inimical to our survival begin to replicate themselves very, very quickly. And there's one basic portal which is fighting all of those things off. And then the last thing that we looked at is this idea of ahimsa in regards to COVID. And these are the social aspects. So all of the things like social distancing, the wearing of masks, and vaccines are not just for ourselves, but they are to protect the other as well. And a lot of the dialogue, in fact, around vaccines is that it is a civic duty in order to protect ourselves also from getting sick and taking up hospital space, but also to protect other people as well. So many of the things that have come around in regards to protectionism and prevention of the spread of COVID has to do with the other. So we're very much looking at it in this type of a way too. So for example, if you exhale through your mouth, you're going to spread many more droplets and aerosols out from the mouth that will linger in the air for a long time, specifically the aerosols. But if you breathe through your nose and you breathe slower, and not too quickly, not too forcefully, then actually, and this has been shown in scientific data, that there are going to be less aerosols and less droplets coming out through your nose, especially if you're breathing in a slow pace. So these are many of the things that we see in yoga. Breathe through the nose, breathe slowly, breathe quietly. This actually is preventing spread from your own body out into the world. Again, these are need to be studied more. These are hypotheses, but they are things that we do see the early evidence for. Okay, so transmissibility, theater of war, and ahimsa were our jumping off point. Now, all of the weapons that we're dealing with this regimen have the same core principles and properties that we're looking at. There's slight differences, but they all fall into line with they're antimicrobial, meaning they're going to fight off harmful microbes, and many of them are specifically anti-coronavirus. They're anti-inflammatory, which means they are going to make sure that our immune system is tampered and doesn't go out of control, for example, with the cytokine storms. They're immunomodulatory. This is a very important facet of what these practices can stimulate, because the immune system needs to be able to ramp itself up and ramp itself down depending on what's occurring in the body. So if we have an infection that comes in, or we sprain an ankle, or we have a cut, we want the immune system to ramp itself up and release inflammatory substances in order to fight off the infection or fight off the damage. And then when the damage has been fought off, then the immune system needs to ramp itself back down to its homeostatic or area of balance. What happens when there is repeated trauma or repeated damage or repeated exposure is that the immune system will ramp itself up, and then it doesn't ramp itself back down. So it keeps releasing inflammatory substances that then cause problems downstream. And as well, these practices stimulate adaptive immune processes. Okay, so the first thing that we were looking at was proning. Proning is something that has been used widely in the United States for ARDS, and this is a serious respiratory distress syndrome. And it was brought widely into use during COVID, whereby doctors would find that when people were coming into the hospital with very low oxygen levels, that one of the ways they could increase the oxygen quickly was to take someone from lying on their back and flip them over onto their belly. And there are a couple of reasons why this works very well. Number one, it decreases the gravitational pressure of the heart pressing into the lungs and the pressure of the liver pushing into the lungs as well. Heart, of course, towards the center left, and the liver on the right, right under the ribs. As well, we have more lung tissue in the back of our body than we do in the front. We often think of our lungs being in the front of the body, but they're through the whole thoracic cavity. And the back of the body has 60% of our lung tissue. So a wider surface area for oxygenation. When you flip someone over onto the back, it's easier to oxygenate the body simply because there's more surface area for gas exchange to occur. And as well, it's very soothing for the parasympathetic nervous system to be resting on the belly. Parasympathetic nervous system is going to downregulate the stress response and lead to many downstream benefits. So during the second wave of COVID in India in April, pretty much all of the news outlets were carrying infographics like this, that the health ministry advises proning for COVID-19 patients to breathe better, how to breathe better when oxygen level is dropping in COVID-19 from the Times Now News. And you can see these positions are lying on the belly, lying on the side, lying in a sitting up but angled position. And back in April of 2020, but not April of 2021, when these graphics came out, Bill and I proposed a similar sequence of postures. We published this on July 10th. We began our work on this in April, but the first edition came out on July 10th in Psychology Today. And what we were proposing was something we called yoga enhanced proning, that yoga already offered many of these types of positions that could be beneficial for people who needed to either up their oxygen levels, or while they're at home during the lockdown, these were beneficial things to do because they would downregulate the stress response. And when stress levels rise, the immune system weakens and it's easier to get sick. So these are sample of the poses that we began working with. You can see they're extremely similar to what is here in this infographic. So drawing on thousands of years of yogic wisdom and knowledge, it was easy to propose these types of things. So let's move now into the actual orifices that we're looking at. The first thing is looking at the nasal cavity and the paranasal sinuses, which are behind the bones of the cheek and behind the bones here in the forehead. Nitric oxide is a substance which is created in the paranasal sinus throughout the day. And nitric oxide is an antiviral, antimicrobial. It's a bronchodilator, which means it will help to gently expand the openings of the lungs, immunomodulator, which we already spoke about, and stimulates the adaptive immunity. So this is a very important substance, which is at the front line of defense over incoming pathogens, incoming microbes, anything which might be detrimental to the balance of the body is first going to be fought off in the nose. And nitric oxide is a very important substance for doing this. There's a lot of information these days on nitric oxide. It is a fairly recent discovery in the past 30 years or so of the benefits of nitric oxide. One of the things which is also interesting about nitric oxide is that it has evolved with the fundamental uprightness of human beings as bipeds. So one of the things which has occurred to move us from walking, say, on 4 legs to walking on 2, or that allows us to continue to walk on 2 legs, is that number one, our spine needs to be upright, and number two, there needs to be the internal maintenance of substances and capacities within the spinal column and within the lungs also to help us maintain this uprightness. So it has been proposed by Alejandro Sanchez Crespo that the nitric oxide has evolved with us to keep us in an upright posture. And as well, nitric oxide is going to help to smoothly distribute itself through the lungs, because of course gravity makes everything move down, but somehow when we have diffusion of gases in the lungs, it's even through the whole lung. And so nitric oxide is one of the things that allows that evenness to happen, which allows us to continually be upright. And we can see in basically all of the yoga texts, whether it's a Hatha Yoga text or Bhagavad Gita, that when meditation and asana is described, that there is a steadiness and an uprightness of the spine, which is very important. And so when we continue to work on posture, even sitting up straight, it creates a signaling feedback loop to the brain and other systems, which will continue to enhance the production of nitric oxide. There are many antimicrobial properties of nitric oxide. Sinus nitric oxide production is a physiological interest in protecting against infection. We can see this in many different types of studies that have come out. Jankowski is one of the leading researchers and authors on nitric oxide. He's also proposed something very interesting about nitric oxide being enhanced by humming on both the inhalation and exhalation. So this is a fascinating finding, and it echoes the yogic wisdom. So many of us have read by now that nitric oxide is created in the paranasal sinus, but its production is increased through humming, which leads many people to immediately look at the Brahmari pranayama. In Hatha Yoga Pradipika, there are two different things that are spoken about. There's Brahmari and Brahmara. There's the female humming bee and the male humming bee. And when you exhale, which is more of a rapid movement of breath, you're supposed to make the sound of a female humming bee, a little bit more of a high-pitched humming sound. And when you inhale, you make the sound of a male humming bee, which is a little bit of a lower pitch type of a sound. It's a little bit challenging to do, but with practice, you can do it. One of the fascinating things about this is that Jankowski has found that when we exhale, we are increasing the production of the nitric oxide and hum. But when we inhale and hum, the ostium are opened in the paranasal sinuses, which allows the nitric oxide to be released into the upper and lower respiratory tracts. So it is creating this greater pulmonary vascular resistance. It facilitates the transfer of oxygen in the alveoli. So it's a fascinating finding. Humming on the exhalation is generally how Brahmari is taught, but moving forward, perhaps we should think about teaching it more both on the exhalation and on the inhalation, so that we move towards getting this added benefit of this pranayama. Okay, so moving forward, the yoga of the head is focused on a very constricted area, and this is the intracranial and nasopharyngeal space, as well as many of the things that are occurring in the throat, such as the lymph nodes and the vagus nerves, etc. The structures and barriers of the intracranial and naropharyngeal cavities are strategically utilized with aerodynamic and hydraulic forces. So these are largely going to be things like breathing and things like deliberate types of movement, which act as a hydraulic force. And then this will enlist and recruit the immune system and different adaptive immunity factors. One of the things that was widely seen and continues to be seen during COVID is something called anosmia and angustia, where you lose the sense of smell and you lose the sense of taste. Now, this also happens in the common cold, but it's a very pronounced effect, even more pronounced in coronavirus than it is in the common cold. And the systems which are controlling sense of smell and sense of taste are going to be part of the chemosensory system. And we're going to find these with the olfactory bulb, the olfactory epithelium, the taste buds, which are going to be innervated by the trigeminal nerve, and as well as the glossopharyngeal nerve as well for the movement of the tongue. There are so many practices that we see of the kriyas and mudras and bandhas, which are going to involve the tongue, pressing the tongue against the back of the teeth, pulling the tongue down towards the back of the throat, placing the tongue behind the uvula, such as in Kechari mudra. So we'll go through all of these things, and this is primarily what we are looking at. I'll stick to this slide for one more moment. As well, When we're doing things like the Brahmari Pranayama or even slow, even breathing, drawing the breath high into the nasal cavity, we are directing the breath to stimulate the olfactory nerves, which are coming directly out from the olfactory brain. It's one of the two places where brain cells come directly out from the brain to have contact with the world. So the first is our retina, which is a direct line of brain cells drawing out from the brain. This is the center of our eyes are basically our brain touching the world. And the same is true for the olfactory nerves, although they're inside the nasal cavity. When we are drawing the breath high into the nasal cavity towards the sense of smell, it's actually stimulating the olfactory bulb and memory centers of the brain, as well as fear centers of the brain, or things that respond to fear, such as the amygdala. And we know that the sense of smell also is a protective mechanism against danger. There are things that we're not exactly clear on what we are smelling, but we know we're smelling something that makes us pull back a little. Animals can smell fear on people. We also have the ability to smell different markers of our environment, which will cause us to protect ourselves in different ways. There's so many shades of smell, like colors, we're not even aware of all the things that we see or all the things that we smell sometimes. But the brain and the body know more than our logical mind does. And so that's where an automatic reaction comes from, that there is a sensory experience that then causes us to respond in a particular manner. So this is a very big topic. I won't spend much time on it, so we have time for all of the slides. But coronavirus shuts down this ability to taste and to smell, and therefore it has other problems that are associated with it too. We're proposing that different breathing practices and some of the different mudras of the tongue and neck and throat can be helpful for restoring sense of smell and taste. And we've seen this in some of our early trial runs of these practices with people with long haul COVID. Okay, let's move on to melatonin. This is really Bill is one of the experts on melatonin in the world. So I'm terribly sorry he's not here with us today. He's been studying it for several decades, and melatonin probably possesses more anti-COVID properties than any other substance, as well as being antiviral, anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory. It's also reparative and regenerative and an antioxidative for stress that occurs to the cells. So as a reparative, if you take some cells and you put them in a petri dish and you put melatonin in that petri dish with the cells will stop aging. They'll basically become like immortalized while they're in soaking in melatonin. So some people have suggested that melatonin is the nectar of immortality, is the amrita, because it does stop and reverse aging. And when it's continually released, which it's not in our body, of course, because this is part of the sleep-wake cycle, that it could perhaps be something which is contributing to this immortalization state, or at least a life extension state. It is also very important for something called the glymphatic system. The glymphatic system is a system in the brain which drains into the lymphatic system, and it involves the glial cells, and the glial cells outnumber neurons about 9 to 1. So it's a tremendous amount of glial cells that we have in the brain, and what they do is, well, many things, but one of the things they do in the nighttime when we sleep is they help to drain debris from the brain, which collects throughout the day from, well, thinking primarily and the other activities that the brain is enacting. So every time we have a thought, this is an electrical process. Their synapses are firing from the axons to the dendrites. And every time there's an electrical charge, there is a little residue which is left over. This residue, when there's too much of the residue, it turns into plaque and other substances. And so an important part of the sleep process is the draining of this residue out from the brain so that we're fresh in the morning. We don't have a buildup of plaque and other types of substances that are going to inhibit brain function. And melatonin is an important facet of the glymphatic system. It dissolves the inflammatory substances and complexes that build up throughout the day from thinking, from stress, from activity. It helps to repair injured tissues, and it stimulates the flow through the glymphatic channels, which are going to drain into the cervical nodes of the neck and then into the lymphatic system and then be flushed out from the blood. One of our hypotheses is that part of this process could be helpful in treating the brain fog of neuro-COVID. Okay, so the glymphatic system is working along with the cerebrospinal fluid, which is pulsating up and down the spine, about 8 pulsations or so per minute. And so this connection between the health of the spine, the movement of the neck, and the blood flow to the brain are all things that are occurring within many of the different yogic practices. So when we look at the glymphatic system, it's not separate from cerebrospinal or even from lymphatic system, because no system in the body is going to work independently of another. And healing doesn't occur from just one system. It occurs from multiple systems working together. This is one of the beauties of all of the different yogic sadhanas in relates to asanas and pranayama, meditation, mudra, kriya, bandha, is that we're looking at integrated systems working together to create a healing environment. So it's not just one place that we're gonna like, boom, we attack this thing and then we kill off all the viruses or we fix all the problems. We need to create a holistic environment for our entire physiological being, as well as emotional and mental space as well, that then creates a setting where healing can occur. And when there's a setting that healing can occur, all of these substances are able to be produced more readily. When there is an unwelcome environment, a lot of stress, a lot of fatigue, a lot of exposure, then it's more difficult for healing to occur. So what we need to do is try to create the right settings for this to happen. Okay, next we'll move on to the antimicrobial peptides, the immunoglobulins and beta defensins. These are all substances that are going to, as you can see from the little graphic on the right-hand side here, they cover all the things we've discussed already. They're antibacterial, immunomodulators, antiviral, antiparasitic. They help with wound repair. They're antifungal. And many of these are going to be measured and found on the tongue, in the saliva. So Ida et al. Found in a 2013 study, and then again later in 2018, that these substances have been shown to be increased by yoga. And the studies that were, the asanas that were used in her study, in their study, were Trikonasana, Virabhadrasana, Vrikshasana, Adho Mukha Svanasana, the pointing dog, and Shavasana. So a very simple protocol done, and this was only done for one day. So there's one day of rest and then one day of the protocol. And the protocol showed significant improvements in these immunoglobulins and the antimicrobial peptides. We've also seen from studies in 2021 that the antimicrobial peptides play a crucial role in combating the coronavirus at the point of entry, which means the mucosal entries of the nose and also within the tongue or on the tongue. And then again, we see another study in 2021 of the recruitment of the adaptive immune system through the engagement of the immunomodulation caused by these different peptides and beta defensins. So these are very important substances. We see they have a crucial role in immune system defense, and we also see that they are increased through simple yoga practices. The next thing that we'll look at is cannabinoids. and these are created in the brain. They block the viral entry into endothelial cells. They decrease the replication of coronavirus. They decrease inflammation and fibrosis, increase antiviral action, and increase immunomodulation. So these are all of these effects and benefits of the cannabinoids. This is pulled from much scientific data. And a very interesting thing about this is in the Shambhavi Mudra Kriya, which is done through the Isha Foundation of Satguru. There was quite a good study that was done showing that 4 days of the Shambhavi Mudra Kriya practice, which includes both some asanas, pranayama, and the meditative practices, are associated with an increase of endocannabinoids and have helped to sustain improvement in mental health. But also we know that the release of these cannabinoids are going to be very important for fighting off the coronavirus. You can see from Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the quotation at the bottom. There are other texts which will talk about the Shambhavi Mudra as well. So this is an example of simply using the direction of your eyes, a focal point, and an internal perceptive sense immediately has an effect on substances being produced in the brain. Okay, coming to our last few slides, we'll look at the trigeminal nerve, which is a very widespread nerve coming out from the brain, and it comes into the areas below and around the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the jaw, the ears, and the tongues, and the nasal region. So it's very widespread. You can see from the graphic here in the middle of the page where this third cranial nerve is innervating. And so if we look at a very simple practice like Brahma Mudra, which is very popular in lots of different yoga traditions, whether it is from Kaivalyadam or S. Vyasa or Bihar School of Yoga, or the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, we see this Brahma Mudra being taught. Very simple movements of the head down, head back, head side to side. It includes a focal point, gazing at the nose, in between the eyebrows or to the sides, as well as breathing, and the light pressing of the teeth all the way through the sides of the jaw to the front of the teeth. And sometimes vocalization is done with this as well, of bija mantras. So we've already looked at how all of these different head positions and different aspects of the mouth and the nasal cavity are going to stimulate melatonin production and nitric oxide and antimicrobial peptides. The Brahma Mudra really is encapsulating many of these things all into one, because you have the head movements which stimulate the cervical nodes and the vagus nerve in the throat. You have the activity in the mouth, the teeth, and the tongue. You have the activity of the eyes as well. With the bija mantras, you have the activity of humming. Each of the bija mantras has a nasalization at the end. So hum has an ng, and of course, everyone who is Indian here knows this, but any Western people watching may not know this, that with the pronunciation of the bijas, the M sound is not at the lips, but it's in the guttural position of the throat. So rather than a hum, it's more like hung, and this hung creates a deep nasalization in the back of the throat that goes directly up into the paranasal sinuses rather than coming out through the lips. So it has more effect on the nitric oxide production. So very fascinating, simple practice, but wildly efficacious. And then another thing that it is affecting is something called the stomatognathic system. So the stomatognathic has to do with the jaws, the mouth, our palate, the cheeks, the teeth, and the tongue, and it's crucial for posture. So when there is dysfunction in the jaw or the mouth or the palate, the neck will tend to go forward, and the correction sometimes of the teeth will help to pull the head back into its proper position over the neck with the lengthening of the back of the neck. Very important for this feedback loop of nitric oxide production, as well as the free flow of the cerebrospinal fluid too. So in working with something like Brahma Mudra and other practices, and also simple asanas to strengthen the posterior chain of back muscles, we're working on posture, which isn't just so we stand up straight and we look good, but so that important physiological and immune system processes can happen and function well. Okay, then we'll go to the mesenchymal or stromal or stem cells. These, again, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, adaptive immunity, repairs tissue damage by coronavirus, helps with the inflammatory response of coronavirus, and most importantly, it's crucial for repairing the strategic barriers that could get weakened through illness or exposure. And everything that we've discussed, especially things that are down-regulating the stress response of the sympathetic nervous system, upregulating the parasympathetic nervous system, these are going to strengthen and support the function of the mesenchymal stem cells. Bill can go on about this for hours and hours. I'll just give a very high-level coverage of it so we can carry on through the concluding slides. Okay, the next we have sunlight or UV exposure. There is some evidence that ultraviolet radiation dose can negatively correlate with a percent positive of SARS-CoV-2 and other viruses as well. So sunlight exposure can be helpful for coronavirus. Again, this needs much more research and study. We're not recommending sunlight exposure as a cure or as a preventative. We're simply showing what some of the research has shown. We also know that to expose ourselves to sunlight early in the morning when the sun is rising, and again when the sun is setting, is something which is going to help set the sleep and wake cycle and help to balance the release of melatonin and cortisol, which are two of the important wake and sleep cycle hormones that are being released by the brain and also by the adrenal glands, the things that keep us going, the things that help us go to sleep. And so exposure to sunlight at these two times of the day are crucial for the sleep cycle. Now, many of us do not see the rising sun. We don't see the setting sun because either we're asleep or we're already in front of our computers. Like I am in front of my computer very early teaching, so often I miss the rising sun, which whenever I get the chance to see it, I like to. Many of the yoga practices, as well as the religious practices of Hinduism and other religious systems, like to have you up in the morning time when the sun is rising so you can greet the rising sun with prayers and with reflection and contemplation. And so this is not only good for our spiritual health, but also good for the health of the release of melatonin and of cortisol to keep us balanced through the day. And we know that sleep is a very important reparative process. There's more activity happening in the brain for the repair of the body and of the nervous system than there is while we're awake. More brain activity happening while we're asleep and not as much while we're awake. So sleep is a very active process for repair mechanisms. We have to make sure that we get enough sleep and also at the right times and that it's deep enough as well. And this will help protect us in many ways. Okay, so Trataka is another example of something which is going to be strengthening for the eyes and therefore having downstream effects to the brain, as well as for UV exposure. Okay, so let's begin wrapping up now. When we look at the yoga of the head, we have things like Brahma Mudra, Jifwa Bandha, Jalandhara Bandha, Kapalabhati, which is an increased rapid breathing pattern, where you use the abdomen to pump the breath out through the nose. And this does a couple of things. Number one, it increases the blood flow to the brain, which is going to help with, of course, exposure to different parts of the brain of more increased blood flow and help with drainage. As well, it's going to stimulate the microbiome in the abdominal region, and this is going to be beneficial for health, emotional, and physical. Shanmukhi Mudra, which we didn't have time to cover today, but maybe will at another time. Jala and Sutra Neti have been shown to have positive effects in some studies for preventing the shedding of COVID virus from the nose. Trataka we just covered, in the Kaki Mudra, which is going to stimulate the upper respiratory aspects of the lung, the upper lungs, which are hard to read. Then we have the Brahmari Pranayama, which is going to stimulate the nitric oxide production, Nadi Shodhana, with its multiple benefits of balancing the branches of the autonomic nervous system. And Samavriti Pranayama, equal breathing, which is going to be as well like a resetting mechanism for homeostasis, our body's ability to restore itself to balance and to modulate incoming infections, as well as creating a calm, clear state of perception. And then for the yoga enhanced proning, we have asanas like Urdhva Hastasana, Makarasana, lying on the belly, maybe supported, the Ardha Makarasana with one knee bent to the side, Balasana. All of these asanas can be done in supported manners as well. So if someone is not limber or is not physically fit, many of these asanas, in fact, just about all of them, can be done in a modified way so that someone who is not physically capable can still get the benefits. There are many variations of all of these asanas. This is just a small listing of them. The Ananta Shayanasana is lying on the side, which we saw from the infographic being reproduced in the Indian papers. And as well, the Sukshma Vyayamas and Chalana Kriyas cover many of the different types of things that we spoke about. Okay, so I will stop there for today. This is a small listing of the potential postures that can be done, the things that we're experimenting with. They, of course, require more research and more experimentation. We look forward to your feedback and participation. And we have seen some positive benefits so far from testing out these protocols with individuals who have come to us looking for help with long haul COVID. So with that, I conclude the presentation and I give it back to you, Mary.
Yes, Eddie, that was so informative. I'm lost for words, actually. I want to ask you a couple. In fact, I had read your post a couple of days ago on, nitric oxide. And that, in fact, inspired me to start reading up a lot about pranayama, actually what we call kumbhaka in the Hatha Yoga tradition. So you spoke about samavritti pranayama in your list of practices. So could you just, show us or just explain to us what this is?
Yeah, samavritti means equal measure or equal movement. So for example, Vishamavritti would be unequal, inhaling for 4 seconds, exhaling for 8.
Okay.
Samavritti would be inhaling for 4, exhaling for 4, or inhaling for 6 and exhaling for 6. And then when you begin to include kumbhaka, or the breath retention, it would become a 1-to-1-to-1-to-1 ratio. Inhale 6, retain 6, exhale 6, hold out for 6. In the West, they've taken this and they've called it, unfortunately, box breathing, where they could simply continue to call it samavritti pranayama. But it's called box breathing, and it's used in for down regulation of stress in many different settings now. And there are 2 ways of doing it, with kumbhaka and without kumbhaka. Without kumbhaka is simple inhale and exhale for a 1-to-1 ratio. With kumbhaka is you can retain the breath for that same 1-to-1 ratio. Now, I do a lot of work and I have a great love for something called resonance breathing, which is breathing at a cycle of somewhere between 5 to 7 breaths per minute, rather than our normal 15 to 18. And if you breathe for 6 breaths per minute, that's inhaling for 5 seconds and exhaling for 5. If you breathe for 5 times a minute, it's inhaling for 6 and exhaling for 6. And both of these ratios have been shown to have a very profound effect on cardiovascular health, on sleep quality, digestion, and emotional balance. And so this has been called resonance or coherence breathing, simply because that ratio is lining up respiration, heart rate variability, and the signaling of the chemoreceptors and the baroreceptors in the neck, which are monitoring and modulating our blood pressure. All of those things come into the same sinus wave during the frequency of 5 or 6 breaths per minute, somewhere in that area. And so that's why it's called coherence, because it brings these different physiological things that are normally not under our conscious control, under our conscious manipulation during that time. So it's called cardio coherence, or it's just called resonance breathing. And the breathing app that we did guides people in the resonance breathing, which of course is a free app. And but that's basically a samavriti pranayama without any retention. And in fact, you will see in some of the pranayama books from Kaivalyadham that they'll begin when you start a pranayama practice, they'll say inhale and exhale for an equal length and build up to doing that 80 times. And then when you do that, say inhaling for 8 and exhaling for 8. And when you can build up to 80 of those, then you're ready to begin working on a 1-to-2 ratio, inhale for 8 and exhale for 16. So there's a lot of precedence in the pranayama systems that line up exactly with this idea of cardiac coherence.
Absolutely. In fact, our Hatha Yoga scriptures speak, they don't even use the term pranayama, they speak of kumbhaka, and it says that it's more about retaining your breath, holding the breath in, and just remembering, it says if you can hold up to 80 counts, that is when you can call yourself maybe a yogi. I remember when you had visited us and you were doing a Brahmari for us, and I was awestruck because it started and it was just not ending. So yes, your work on breathing is really something which I really appreciate. Another thing I wanted to ask you, you spoke about Kapalbhati also, and you mentioned the 2 kriyas, neti, jal neti, and I think you mentioned sutra neti also, if I'm not wrong. In your presentation. Yes, you did. So why not Kapalbhati? When we see there are various variations of Kapalbhati also. So the normal Kapalbhati that you spoke of is the Bhatakrama Kapalbhati, forceful exhalation and passive inhalation. So we also have a Vyutkrama Kapalbhati and a Sheetkrama Kapalbhati. So do you think those are just cleansing practices, or do they also have something to do with the nitric oxide that you spoke about?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, we'd have to study it and see. We don't want to make claims to say that everything is going to increase this nitric oxide. I can talk about the Jalaneti because there's research on it that shows that it helps to prevent shedding, which is the pouring the nose in through one nostril and letting it come out the other. I can speak about Kapalabhati because it has been shown to increase cerebral blood flow. And anything which is going to increase cerebral blood flow is going to, of course, increase the associated benefits of that increased blood flow. Oxygenation, drainage, etc. But does Kapalabhati increase nitric oxide? Maybe not, because the different types of Kapalabhati, they're all going to be quicker types of expulsions of air. Bhastrika as well will be a forceful, quickful expulsion of air. That might have other benefits. Maybe because nitric oxide, we know it's naturally created, but its production is increased through humming, which means a long, extended exhalation. We don't know if quick exhalations are necessarily going to increase nitric oxide. I haven't seen any research on that, but if anyone has seen any, please send it to me. I'd be very happy to read it, and I'll look further, and maybe we need to do those studies on our own at some point. So I think that all of these things are going to be beneficial in different types of ways.
Absolutely. And, drawing a conclusion, I never like to stop talking to you because, you have so much information, and the way you incorporate our yoga practices to the, modern medical research. But we are cut short of time, and I'm already eating into our next session. I want to conclude by saying that ancient concepts prevalent in any culture have always influenced the development of knowledge. And in the last few decades, there has been a large-scale exchange of such. People like you, give my regards to Dr. Bushell. I'm really missing him. I would have loved to have both of you, not only for me, but for everyone who's watching our show today. And as always, thank you so much, Eddie. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking your time out so early in the morning and sharing your thoughts with us. God bless you and meet you soon. Namaste.
Thank you very much. Namaste, Mary. Thank you.
पाकरोत्तं प्रवरं मुनीना पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि अथ प्रथमोऽध्यायः समाधिपादः अथ योगानुशासनम् योगश्चित्तवृत्तिनिरोधः तदा द्रष्टु स्वरूपेव स्थानम् वृत्तिसारूप्यम् इतरत्र वृत्तयः पञ्चतयः क्लिष्टाः प्रमाणविपर्ययो विकल्पनिद्रा स्मृतयः प्रत्यक्षानुमानगमाः प्रमाणानि विपर्ययो मिथ्याज्ञानम् अतद्रूपा प्रतिष्ठम् शब्दज्ञानानुपातिवस्तुशून्यो विकल्पः अभावलम्बनावृत्तिर्निद्रा अनुभूतविषय असम्प्रमोषः स्मृतिः अभ्यासवैराग्याभ्यां तन्निरोधः योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोत्तं प्रवरं मुनीना पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिं रानतोऽस्मि अथ प्रथमः समाधिपादः अथ योगानुशासनम् योगश्चित्तवृत्तिनिरोधः तदा द्रष्टु स्वरूपेव स्थानम् वृत्तिसारूप्यमितरत्र वृत्तयः पञ्चतयः क्लिष्टाः प्रमाणविपर्ययविकल्पनिद्रा स्मृतयः प्रत्यक्षानुमानगमाः प्रमाणानि विपर्ययो मिथ्याज्ञानम् अतद्रूपा प्रतिष्ठम् शब्दज्ञानानुपातिवस्तुशून्यो विकल्पः अभावप्रत्ययालम्बनावृत्तिर्निद्रा अनुभूतविषय असम्प्रमोषः स्मृतिः अभ्यासवैराग्याभ्यां तन्निरोधः
ॐ मित्राय नमः ॐ रवये नमः ॐ सूर्याय नमः ॐ भानवे नमः ॐ खगये नमः ॐ पूष्णे नमः ॐ हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः ॐ मरीचये नमः ॐ आदित्याय नमः ॐ सवित्रे नमः ॐ अर्काय नमः ॐ भास्कराय नमः ॐ मित्राय नमः ॐ रवये नमः ॐ सूर्याय नमः ॐ भानवे नमः ॐ खगये नमः ॐ पूष्णे नमः ॐ हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः ॐ मरीचये नमः ॐ आदित्याय नमः ॐ सवित्रे नमः ॐ अर्काय नमः ॐ भास्कराय नमः
अहो बत महत् पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयम् यद्राज्य सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यतः तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजनं सन्तर्यस्यसि श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भवितवा न भूयः अजो नित्यं शाश्वतो अयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदविनाशिनं नित्यं य एनमजम् अव्ययम् कथं स पुरुष पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्मन् हविर् ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैतेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना। अपाने जुहति प्राणं प्राणे अपानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमानसमात्मनः नात्युञ्चित्रनातिनिचं चैलाजेन कुशोत्तरम् बन्धुरात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मनः चितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत्।